I'm starting this evening because we just had a school committee election, and so we need to do reorganization. And the way that starts is the school committee begins the meeting, the superintendent begins the meeting, and then it goes over to the chair whenever they're elected. I would like to call the meeting to order and welcome you once again to the Easton School Committee meeting of Wednesday, April 24th, 2024. This meeting is conducted in a hybrid format where attendance by committee members may be remote or in person, and remote attendance shall count towards a quorum. This meeting is being broadcast live and recorded on ECAT. For tonight's meeting, we have school committee member Jackie Wiseman participating remotely, and all other attendees are present in the Oliver Ames Dalrymple Auditorium. This meeting is open to the public and includes the annual school committee budget hearing. Anyone who would like to speak during this hearing may add their name to the sign-up sheet in the front of the room. Members of the public who are attending in person, who wish to make comments during the regular public comment period, which is later in the agenda and separate from the budget hearing, will be invited to do so during the public comment period of tonight's meeting and will be required to state their name and address before beginning their comments. At this time, the first order of business is for a school committee vote for a chair and a vice chair. I call for nomination for chair of the school committee.
Okay, I would like to nominate Jennifer Starr for chair of the school committee.
Okay, we'll need a roll call vote. Second, first. We need a second first. Okay. Nomination by Nancy DeLuca for Jennifer Starr, seconded by Lauren Loomis. Roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman.
I can't hear anything.
They're hooked up over there, though. ECAT is working on it, sorry. Yeah, well, that's my phone. I can call her from here. Just on speaker. ECAT's doing a great job. We thank you very much for your efforts.
Hi, we're going to put you on speaker so that you can hear until the audio issue is solved, and then you can speak as well. Okay.
We have a nomination by Nancy DeLuca for school committee chair of Jennifer Starr, seconded by Lauren Loomis. Roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Starr, yes. Loomis, yes. Percier, yes.
I will turn the meeting over to Chair Starr.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cabral. Okay, next up is the vote to appoint, can you all hear? All right, next on the order of business is a vote to appoint a vice chair, and I nominate Lauren Loomis.
Second, DeLuca.
And roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Jess, can you repeat that, please? Sorry.
Wiseman, yes.
Thank you. Starr, yes.
Loomis, yes. Percier, yes.
Thank you. All right, great. Thank you. And congratulations, Lauren.
Yes.
All right. So next up is a vote to approve our meeting minutes from April 9th, 2024, and executive session also from April 9th of 2024. So first, for the regular meeting minutes from April 9th, do any committee members have any questions, comments, or edits? Okay. All right, so then I will take a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from Tuesday, April 9th, 2024.
So moved, DeLuca.
Okay, and can I get a second?
Second, Pursue.
Roll call vote?
DeLuca, yes.
Star, yes.
Loomis, yes.
Pursue, yes.
Thank you. And next up are the executive session meeting minutes from Tuesday, April 9th, 2024. Do any committee members have any edits or comments that would make you desire to hold these over for discussion in an executive session?
I don't think we should release them.
Okay. Okay, then, so then we have the option of approving we can approve and release or approve and not release at this time. Would somebody like to make a motion either way?
Make a motion to approve and not release at this time.
And can I get a second?
Second, Loomis.
Roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes?
Loomis, yes.
Pursue, yes.
Great. All righty. So next up on the agenda is the public hearing for the fiscal year 2025 budget. So Dr. Cabral will provide the presentation. School committee members will have the opportunity to ask questions or make comments. And at that point, we will open it up to the public. As mentioned, there's a sign-up sheet in the front of the room. This way, we'll make sure that anybody who wants to speak, that, we're catching everybody who desires to speak. And we'll go over some of the logistics of the public speaking part right when we get to that part of the presentation. Okay? Dr. Cabral?
Thank you. So I want to thank everybody for
Are we moving there so we can?
attending this evening. We are always looking for people to attend our school committee meetings, so this is fabulous. It is very true. If for the audience at home or parents and staff members as well, if you ever are going to attend meetings that are supportive of the school department, budget hearing and town meetings are the most important. So I know I say that all the time. I'm saying it again. Please, please continue to participate and be here, and we want to make sure that we answer everyone's questions and give you information. We're going to get our presentation up here. Okay. So this is a budget hearing. For those of you that may have not been to a budget hearing before, budget hearings happen every year. We usually have a meeting of the school committee where I present the information as we know it at that time to the school committee. We did that at the last school committee meeting. And then we have the budget hearing, which is widely announced and published. It actually has to be published in a newspaper. The regulations require that. It's a little bit of an older regulation, but we do that. So we are very happy when people attend, and we are very excited to have you here this evening. I'm presenting the same presentation, except for a couple of different slides, as I did at the last meeting. If anybody would like to see the last presentation, it is on ECAT. I do encourage you to take a look at that. It was on April 9th. So you'll see very similar slides to that. So I just want to make sure that if you have seen that presentation, it is always useful to hear the information again. And hopefully we can answer any questions that you might have. So I typically start every year by letting the public know what our process is for doing the budget every year. It's a participatory process, and it always starts with a strategic plan. We revisit our strategic plan. Our strategic plan is ending at the end of this fiscal year, and we are actually in the process of creating a new strategic plan. We've had a committee now for over a year that has been working on that, and it will be ready for the next school year. But we're currently using our strategic plan now. We'll use the new strategic plan going forward. It starts around December, January. December is when we hope to start every year, but it usually starts in January because we get very little information about what's going to be coming in terms of revenue from the state and from the town. And that changes every month. And so we try to present the most current information that we have. School principals, we have worked on this procedure for several years now, probably since I've been superintendent. We have the cabinet, which is all school administrators and central admin. We all prepare the same way. The same slideshow is shown at every school. And it is 2 staff meetings. This year, I believe it was January and February. And the strategic plan is reviewed, and then the second meeting, or it either starts in the first meeting, continues at the second meeting, information is shared throughout the staff about budget priorities. We just want to make sure that the folks at home can see this accurately on Zoom. At that point, starting around February, the principals then take all of the information solicited from staff and they come up with priorities based on their administration of that particular building. They come back to what's called, or they come back to the cabinet first, and they present that budget to everyone in cabinet. We feel as though it's very important that every principal, every school understands what's happening in every other school, as well as at the district level. And we work as a team with our collective knowledge and experience to try to make sure that we understand what's happening in each school, how it may affect the other schools in the district. They're experts in their own schools, but they also need to understand what's happening district-wide because it's one budget. After that, around February, March, and that's when it happened this year, that information then comes back to the executive team at central office, and we do the same process that the principals did. We prioritize based on what we know is happening in the district, what we know is coming from the state and federal levels, what we know about regulations and mandatory reporting, and we come up with a presentation. We bring it back to the cabinet. We present it to all of the principals so that they have an understanding of what we plan to move forward, where they can then share that information, and they should be able to answer questions about other schools because we did that as a collective process. And then finally, we begin public presentations. And part of that is this meeting, the public hearing. It's also a public hearing that happens before the Finance Committee and the Select Board, and then, of course, town meeting. So just to be clear, what happens this evening is a vote on the school budget, but our school budget never goes through or is approved until the May town meeting. That's why I say that May town meeting is very important, because if that vote doesn't go through, we don't have a budget for the next year. So it's very important to note that even though the school committee may vote this evening, this also needs to go to town meeting. And that's the process annually. I want to remind everybody about our budget targets. This is when I explain to the public what it is that the staff works on. We work on budget targets so that we know how we're prioritizing certain information. And so reactive or essential needs are those things that are literally reacting to needs in the district. It's a reaction. We have to meet a mandate, or we've been cited potentially, or we're not meeting certain services. Even if we're able to get some reactive needs, it doesn't mean we're meeting every need in the district. It means we're prioritizing certain ones at a particular time. Proactive means we're preparing for something imminent. We know through our legislative delegation or the Department of Education or our educators that certain things are coming. This is any item not addressed proactively ultimately falls into reactive when it comes to pass, which usually it does. And so proactive needs very frequently become reactive needs, but we often cannot address proactive needs with our budgets the way they've been the last several years. And strategic is planning for challenging or evolving needs of the future. They are staff or resources, but they're things that other communities around us currently have, but we don't have them. The other two, reactive and the top one, you can't see it, but it is innovative. The reason I had to add those two was because, unfortunately, several years ago, we were in a budget that wasn't even reactive. It was regressive, and we were going backwards. And that's when you have to reduce or eliminate resources. We have programs that are restricted or not running at all. And so I had to create that. The reason I created the innovative level was because a lot of people in the general public were saying things like, well, we don't really need to get too strategic. It's kind of pie in the sky. We don't need those things in Easton. It's good enough. What I wanted people to understand was strategic doesn't mean pie in the sky things. Our staff has the capacity to come up with those things. But strategic are those things that we know we need. They're just further out in terms of what we can afford. But other districts have them. An example of that, for example, is foreign language in the elementary grades. We don't have that in Easton, but many people do. That's something we would really have to work toward in order to be able to afford. Innovative, that's where I wanted people to understand, just because strategic are things that our staff can come up with, doesn't mean they can't come up with innovative. So for several years, I've been using the innovative definition, where we design cutting-edge opportunities, really robust programming for our students and for our staff that we do have the capacity to come up with. But that would be innovative. Now, for the past several years, we've been in a reactive or essential budget, except for that one regressive year. Reactive is where we were last year, and that's why that arrow is there now. These are some of the things we needed to add last year that were reacting to needs. For example, you have more pre-K students, you have to open pre-K sections. They're there already. It's not that they're coming, they're already there. That's reactive. This year, we're still in reactive, but because of a bunch of factors that I'm going to describe, we're not going to be reactive for very many more years. This is not new news. This has been part of presentations that I've made in the district for about a decade. It's also a result of what's happening at the town, or it is a result of what's happening at the town because we're part of the town. And so Connor Reed and his predecessor actually were very much involved with explaining this to the public and what was going to be coming several years from now. I'm extremely proud that we've been able to get as far as we have with the achievement we have because of the educators we have to this point. This slide typically doesn't make it to this presentation, but I know there are questions about it, and so I'm adding this slide. Only positions that we think we may still be hiring are an assistant principal and multilingual learner teacher. Pre-K staff and K teachers, we don't know that yet. Unfortunately, we never know that at this time. It's very unusual that we would know that at this time of year. That is something we try to mitigate by having orientation or sign-ups very early in the year. We've already had it this year, for example, for kindergarten. But if you can imagine a family that's either going to be moving into Easton or a family that's never had children in schools before, a lot of times they don't really think about kindergarten or when kindergarten's going to start until the summer before kindergarten. And so they're not looking in March for when orientation is, and we don't know how to reach them because we may not even know that their family exists here in Easton or that their children exist. So it's always been a moving target for us. We plan as much as we possibly can. We look at longitudinal data over the past several years. Certainly building the new school has contributed to that enrollment boost, that was the point. We love it. That's great. But it's very difficult to predict. So that may happen, but that's not unusual. That's every year. We did add sections last year. We also added sections the year before. So it's possible, but we don't know that yet. One slide that I wanted to update for you, if you were able to see the April 9th presentation, there's a data slide on incidents, discipline incidents at the 3 schools, RO, Richardson Olmsted, and EMS and OA. Again, typically this slide doesn't get to this meeting. This is informational for the school committee, but it's really important that we address questions that people have, and I know this is part of it, so I want to make sure we include that. This is the slide that was presented, and the point that was made at that time on April 9th, which you can check, says that 21, 22, 23, and 24, the incidence of discipline referrals at the middle school had increased each of the 3 years, and that Oliver Ames had increased for 2 years and gone down in the 3rd year. That was the point that was made, and this is the slide that was shown. Our director of DEIA and our technology coordinator found that they were counting the number of incidents and actions. And a staff member also brought that to our attention. And so when I met with the staff members and leadership of the union, we already had the slide fixed, and they brought the information, and it was very validating that those matched. So when I showed the slide, it looked like this. The first slide is what was presented. The second slide is the information that the union very kindly said, this is data we can stand behind, and I appreciate that very much. We work better together, and that's great. The difference is that the trajectory hasn't changed. It still shows what the point was, that EMS has increased 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24, and that OA went up for the 2 years and went down 1 year. That was the information that was shown. Just wanted to make sure that that was clarified. So I want to thank those 3 people for bringing that to our attention. I want to talk now because I want to address what has seemed to be a question that has been not directed to me, but to social media from parents. And that's the inclusion of an assistant principal at the middle school. And we really appreciate the opportunity to talk about that further. I do want to make it clear that this is not part of the budget that the school committee votes on tonight. The school committee votes on a bottom line budget. They don't vote on positions. So I'm going to diverge right now, and I really want to make it clear that these are 2 different things. I want to diverge from the budget conversation of the bottom line vote because I want to answer questions that people have. And so this is moving away from that. I'll let you know when we're going back into the budget information, which is coming shortly. First of all, people have asked why an assistant principal. Most people would not know this, but these slides were shared at the last school committee meeting. There have been a couple really significant years where discipline law has changed. The educators here may remember that one of those was back in 2012. There were a lot of changes to discipline. That law has been in effect ever since then. And then now, in November of 2022, there is an addendum to that law. We did a professional development for staff on this in January, and it's something that, while the staff does not need to operate under the law and write reports according to that, we thought it was very important for people to know that this law was here, and we need to make sure that we're in compliance with it. One of the things that I noted at the school committee meeting about the law is that it says, and I hate to read to people, but I'm not sure how well people at home or here can see it, so I hope you'll be patient with that. Starting November 8th, 2022, Massachusetts schools must take additional steps to re-engage students before using suspension and expulsion as disciplinary measures. Those are what the state calls exclusion, anytime they're not physically in the classroom, as part of an act addressing barriers to care for mental health. It goes on to say that prior to the amendment, so before this particular amendment, subsection B only required that the decision maker, quote, consider ways to re-engage the student in the learning process and avoid using expulsion as a consequence until other remedies and consequences have been employed. This amendment expands these requirements. As a result, before suspending or expelling a student, the decision maker, which is the principal, the administration, must employ alternative remedies in response to a specific incident and document their use and results. The alternative remedies required by the law include, but are not limited to, mediation, conflict resolution, restorative justice, and collaborative problem solving. Many people who are educators may remember that in the past, students could potentially be suspended from school for infractions. Now, that cannot be done unless a student has a dangerous weapon, they have drugs on property, or they assault a staff member. Those are the 37H rules. This says that all these other procedures need to happen first. We agree with the spirit of the law. We understand that we're an institution of learning. We don't want to exclude kids from classrooms. We want to provide opportunities for them to learn their actions, the consequences for their actions, better decision making. This makes it very concrete. The principal or designee will consider methods to re-engage the student in the learning process when deciding disciplinary consequences for the student. Specifically, the principal or designee will consider and use alternative remedies, including, but not limited to, mediation, conflict resolution, restorative justice, and collaborative problem solving. The use and results of such alternative remedies will be documented in writing. We have a lengthy reporting procedure that if any of our principals chooses to suspend a student, keep them out of class for any reason, in school suspension or anything else, they need to document all of the restorative practices that have happened first, if they were effective, if they were ineffective, what was used instead. They will consider and use to the extent possible and document in writing such alternative remedies before the principal or designee may suspend or expel a student. The principal will also implement school or district models to re-engage students in the learning process, including positive behavioral intervention and support models and trauma-sensitive learning models. The principal or designee will not implement such models in direct response to a specific incident, meaning they need to be done across the school regularly and not as a result of an incident that takes place. Again, we agree with this. However, what has happened, for those of us who have been in education for a long time, the trajectory of discipline in the country started around the 80s, 90s with a zero tolerance policy. We have found that that is absolutely not effective. And by we, I don't mean me. I mean the researchers in the country, mental health experts have found that exclusion is not successful. And common sense tells us that when a student is out of class for extended periods of time, they're falling further behind in their classwork, which makes it difficult when they return to re-engage. It tends to exacerbate an issue. And so when that was deemed to be really ineffective, around the 2000s, around 2012, when the law changed, school departments across the nation started saying, suspend less, period. To staff, to principals, just suspend less. We didn't do that in Easton. We have never had a really high suspension rate, but we did find that some of the really larger school districts, like LA County School District, for example, had a zero tolerance policy first, changed it to just don't suspend anymore, but then that was it. And we know that you can't just stop a policy and say suspend less without tools or resources in its place. This law is basically saying suspend less, but it is also saying, but make sure those restorative practices are in place. Because you can't just tell a student or a principal or a teacher, just ignore the behavior or don't do anything about the behavior. That's impossible. So there are very specific skills that can be used to re-engage. Now, I just told you LA County, for example, is one of those districts that moved in that direction. Urban districts around the country have used a lot of those strategies for years. Not because Easton has been behind them for any reason, but our students have just not presented with that level of need. Unfortunately, one of the things that we've often talked about with COVID is that COVID was very traumatic for many students and staff and families. It also replicated for a short time, but it was still very impactful. It replicated some of the traumatic things that students in larger urban districts had experienced for years. Financial distress in the home, food and home insecurity or instability, death in the immediate family, isolation from other kids, from activities, from social interaction. Those are things that we've seen for years with populations of students in other types of communities. It was brought into all communities when we all experienced COVID. And so now there's a greater level of need. And we can't just say, exclude less, without having something in its place. And so we, across the district, want to make sure we're employing restorative practices, just as the law articulates and we know we can do. There are those of us that have worked in some of the districts that have used them know that they've been around for a very long time and they're very successful. But we can't just send people to a PD or have them watch a video. That would be grossly under-supportive of our staff who has a ton of things on their plate, and we want to make sure we facilitate this as easily as possible. So there are a lot of ways to do this. For example, this is just one example of a site. Restorative practices offer schools, there may be audience members who are parents and may not be familiar with them, so I just don't want to keep throwing around terms. Restorative practices offer schools an alternative to traditional disciplinary actions that center on punishment for misbehavior and breaking rules. These punishments push kids, disproportionately students of color and low-income students, out of the classroom and school community. They may be suspended or simply sent to the principal's office. Both are considered exclusion under this law. But students who are pushed out may drop out of school altogether. In contrast, restorative practices focus on resolving conflict, repairing harm, and healing relationships. They support a positive and safe school climate, prevent bullying, and reduce disciplinary incidents. A restorative culture can mitigate the negative effects of punitive discipline policies that exacerbate inequity. This is something that we've been talking as a leadership team about using across the district in the wake of COVID. And in assessing what schools have the most amount of support, to be perfectly honest, we feel that every school in this district, due to its size, should have 2 assistant principals. The middle school has been asking for a dean for many years, 10 years, and it has not been able to be funded. So we have prioritized positions like adding 2.5 school adjustment counselors, adding interventionists, adding coaches. We added a guidance counselor for every grade. Those are all very important, and we felt that they were a priority, and we still feel that they were a priority. And now, Mr. Carroll and the leadership team is looking for an assistant principal at the school to be able to do what number 1 says, proactive school-wide strategies to create a sense of community, build healthy relationships, and develop conflict resolution skills and a sense of belonging and agency. I can tell you that I have received many phone calls from parents, staff members, people who have concerns that there is not a nurturing culture at the school. Not because of anybody's fault. It's not our kids' fault. It's not our staff fault. It's a situational event that's happening because of COVID. You ask any educator and they will tell you that students are presenting differently now than ever before. That is factual. We need to address their needs where they're at. And we can't just tell people to do that. We have to support them in that. We know that. But we also have to follow the law which says that. In order to create these school-wide practices, we need another administrator to run these programs. Adding 1 person, even a school adjustment counselor, serves students. We're not taking away from that. We may even add to school adjustment counselors if we are able to, which we have been doing regularly. We just added 1 this school year, again, at another school. This needs to be coordinated. There are 3 models of restorative practices that are considered the most effective. One is sending people to professional development. Another is peer coaching programs. And the third, which is very well documented as being the most effective and in the least amount of time, is a coaching model where people are in classrooms regularly. They can model. They can assist people implementing strategies. They can answer questions for people when they have those questions immediately. And we want to provide that level of support. That is one facet of the position. The reason Mr. Carroll has asked for the position for 10 years is because there are many other parts to the job that administrators know need to be done, that have increased over time, that unfortunately Mr. Carroll is unable to do a lot of the responsibilities of principal because it cannot be done by one person. And we've put a lot of those practices into place at the high school, which is the reason I shared that original slide at the last school committee meeting. And we're seeing that it's making traction. And we want to try to provide that support and that level of support at the middle school as well. There are other reasons But as I said, those are the salient points that I shared at the school committee meeting. That just shows the amount of time and effort involved simply for compliance. And I know this part is super counterintuitive because I've never understood this in all of my years of education, but when you are non-compliant, the consequence is a holdback of funding. And we certainly do not want that. So it's not just a compliance issue. We agree with the law. We want to make sure we're providing support to our students that need it right now. They need it right now. And we're going to work very hard toward providing that. I also want to, I actually did not receive any phone calls. So I just want to use the opportunity again to really welcome people to call me when they have questions about something. Because misinformation can be very damaging. It can cause unnecessary anxiety. We don't want anxiety for staff, parents, students. We don't want that. So please reach out to my office at any time if anyone has questions. One parent called the office to reach out to Jen Starr, but I took the opportunity to call them back because I really appreciated the fact that they called the office. Please, please reach out. I've had several conversations with union leadership, and I've clarified these items with them. So I don't know where the misinformation is coming from at that point. But I know how we can get rid of it. Just give us a phone call. So a couple things that I have heard that have been brought from leadership team members was that there were many layoffs this year. We haven't laid off anyone. No one. We don't have plans to lay off anyone. We have not announced a layoff. I don't know where layoffs came from. I was told we laid off a second grade teacher. We did not lay off a second grade teacher. We reduced a section of second grade because we have less students going into it. So we moved the position to first grade because we have more students going into that. That is something we do every year at the elementary levels. That is very unusual for secondary people. I was a secondary person. That happens at the elementary levels every year. That position, fortunately, sometimes we're lucky, it's always opened up to volunteers first. We had a second grade teacher that was interested in moving to first grade. We moved the first to first grade. Everybody else who wants to stay in second grade stays in second grade. That's already been done. So I'm not sure if that's where that came from, perhaps, but we did not lay off a teacher. There is not a layoff anywhere in elementary education or anywhere in the district. The only other thing that came to my attention, and I want to address anything, so you can ask questions after, but the only other thing that came to my attention was science at the high school. And as part of our budgeting process, Mrs. Kavanaugh very correctly looked at class sizes, saw that some classes were going to have, I believe it was 11, 12 students in it. And so, due to a retirement, we didn't fill that position. Those classes are going to be at 20 next year as of now. Should they get outrageous, we'll address it like we always address it. But we cannot have class sizes of that when we have elementary sizes that are more than that. Again, that's something we do regularly. We consider that appropriate fiscal management. We can't have teachers that don't have sections to teach or do not have equitable class sizes to everybody else in the district. That's the only thing I can think of there. We did have a music resignation because somebody wanted to go back to school. which we encourage. That's great. We've already posted that position. It hasn't been eliminated. It hasn't been eliminated. So I'm not sure, but I'm happy to answer later. If people have questions, I certainly can address them. Andrea, the finance director, is here. All of the administrators are here. We can certainly answer any questions that you have.
We have an echo going on for people at home, so I'm just wondering if we switch what's on and what's off. If we can do that. Sorry.
We're just being mindful of people at home that have an echo, so we're just going to try to fix that.
Yeah. Okay. Can you test that?
Can everyone hear me?
Okay, we're gonna.
Thanks. Sure. Also, the slides that I showed you in the beginning that showed the different numbers for level of incidence. We corrected that, and it still showed the same trend, so the trend is not different. It didn't change the message of the meeting, but I talked about that slide a little bit earlier. Class sizes being increased. Again, if you're talking about a class size of 11 going to 20, yes, but we do that every year to even out class sizes across the district. There are not any class sizes that are extraordinary. Even the second grade position that I said we were reducing due to the number of students, next year, with a reduction of a section, there will be less students in each second grade class next year than this year. So we can't keep another section and make it even lower than that. So it's still quite low, and we're very happy about that. We want to keep it that way. If kindergarten classes come in and over-enroll or pre-K, we always adjust for that. Grade 1 is also mercurial because kindergarten's not mandatory in Massachusetts. It's not compulsory. And so again, if a student has been going to a private daycare and it continues through kindergarten, we don't know that they're coming to first grade until they come to first grade. So pre-K, K, and 1, we always pay attention to, and we very often hire over the summer for positions like that. And the school committee's voting on positions tonight. I said that earlier. They don't vote on particular positions. They vote on the bottom line of the budget. The budget changes all the time. We could have a very critical need, unfortunately, whether it's a facilities need and something needs to be fixed. Once they vote on the bottom line and the town votes on a bottom line, we don't get any more money. And all the lines have been allocated. So things change all the time. So it wouldn't make sense to vote on positions because they change based on the needs of the schools. If they voted on positions tonight and then we needed to add pre-K teachers, for example, we wouldn't be able to do that because we don't get any more money. So they don't vote on that. They like to hear input about things, preferably before the actual night of the budget hearing, but they don't vote on that. I just want to make sure you understand that because I'm making it part of my presentation and I don't want people to think that's because they vote on it. We need to have that flexibility for things that might happen. That happened actually several years ago. I did a presentation and showed a multilingual learner teacher, and we were unable to hire them because we had sections that needed to be opened up. And so we did that, and then we hired them the next year. So that is changing all the time. We know that, but if you don't follow budgets often in that way, you may not know that. So I just wanted to point that out. This issue is not a spending issue that we have that I'm about to explain to you. It's a revenue issue. This is something that Connor Reed, our town administrator, has been saying for several years. We've had many audits, including an audit done by the town to figure out what's going on in the town, the schools, every department. All of them have found that we are extremely lean on our budget. And again, we're very proud of the product that we put out with what we are getting for revenue. But it's a revenue issue. And so I'm going to pivot right now to the budget presentation, because this is what I invite people to listen to all the time. This is critical information. I am often at the State House, meeting with legislators, providing testimony, trying to increase the revenue that comes into our district. Taxpayers can't pay for everything. There are major flaws with our foundation formula right now. This is something that I've communicated many times. The union's been very interested in wanting to get involved, and I hope you all do. There are items like the wage adjustment factor that affects what we get in our district. The wage adjustment factor is an amount that the legislature has put all of the towns and cities and municipalities into markets, job markets. We are currently in the Brockton job market. All of our neighbors are in the Boston job market. The job market formula says that if you are in the Boston market, you need to pay your employees more because they probably live in and around Boston. But if you're in the Brockton labor market, you can pay your employees less because you're in the Brockton labor market. We cannot pay employees less than the districts around us. That's ridiculous. How are we supposed to compete and keep staff? And so we put more of a percentage toward our staff than all of the districts around us, which means we have less money for everything else. Another item is minimum aid. We receive an extra $30 per year from the government for our students. That's $105,000. So when you think about inflation, increases, we get $30 per student, $105,000 more every year for all of the inflated costs that come to us. The first issue, wage adjustment, Senator Timilty, a couple of years ago, was kind enough to advocate for us. He put forward Amendment 22 to the Senate to change the labor market in Easton from Brockton to Boston. And it was defeated by the Senate. We're trying for that amendment again. We have been petitioning the legislature to change minimum aid from $30 to $100. Last year, they changed it to $60. So we got an extra $105,000. Wages for one pay period is $1.5 million. We got an extra $105,000. This year, they put it back down to $30. There is currently legislation out there to raise it to $104. That would not cover the cost of educating students, but we have been asking for $100 for so long. We're asking for your advocacy for these issues. These are things that I've communicated to the union, and they've been very receptive to that, and we hope that we can all share in bringing attention to this matter. We also have been working very hard to get to what's called a foundation district status. Instead of minimum aid, you can be a foundation district. Districts around us are foundation districts. They get millions of more dollars every year. There are three things that were my goal when I started being superintendent in this district to get us closer to foundation. One is free full-day kindergarten. I know it sounds counterintuitive that if you offer a free kindergarten, you get more money, but you do. And fortunately, the town supported that after 7 years of working on that. Because when I always describe foundation as this sort of like a little price tag on every student. And the state tells us, it's going to cost you this amount of money to educate a kindergartner. It's going to cost you this amount of money to educate a high school student. They're all different. It's going to cost you this amount of money to educate a special education student. It's going to cost you this figure to educate a student who's in the poverty rate. And there are 7 or 8 of those, different levels of poverty. And so then the state tells us every year, this is what you're going to get, because we think this is what it takes to educate your kids. The problem is, when you charge tuition for a student, like half of the tuition is paid for by the parent, and half is paid for the school department, they count that as a half a kid. So your foundation money is cut in half. So adding full free day kindergarten got us closer to foundation. That was one. The second is increased enrollment. The more kids you have, the more your level goes up toward foundation. We built a new school, and they are coming. That's increasing our foundation. We're getting closer to the foundation budget. And the third thing is having vocational status. We have been working very hard at the high school to get Chapter 74 certification for early college and career programming, because vocational students get almost double the amount in the foundation formula as a general ed student. Our students would still be general ed students, but if they're in a child care program or they're in robotics, we get the extra funding. Those three things I have predicted will get us to foundation. We are creeping closer, but we're still one away. And we're working on it, and the high school's been excellent in helping us to get there, to increase our offerings in vocational technical education. They aren't considered vocational students, but they get credit for that in our funding. It helps the entire district while it's providing a better level of programming for students who might be interested in those career paths. So those are three things you may have been hearing about. They're very purposefully planned and executed to try to bring revenue to the district. Getting support for those things helps us move there faster. Misunderstanding or fighting those things because not understanding why we're getting them makes it go slower. And so we're asking, again, to work together on that and try to bring us to a foundation formula budget, which would help us, all of us. I'll show you at the end of this presentation what our per pupil expenditure is compared to our neighboring towns, so that you understand a little bit better what I'm talking about there. So in terms of next year, what are our budget influencers? Why are our budgets a little bit different next year? We have increased elementary enrollment. We added 3 pre-K sections last year and 2 or 3 the year before. That means those kids are now moving through the district. That's great. Contractual salary obligations. Every person in this room has a contract and gets salary increases. Even if it's a 2% increase, it's more like a 3.99% increase when you add steps and lanes for a couple of our bargaining units. So even if it's 2%, it shows up as 3.9% or 3.7%. I think it was. A lot of people outside of education don't understand that because they don't understand the steps and lanes. Increased out-of-district costs. We've brought, one of our cost-saving measures was to bring programming into the schools. It's also better for kids to be with their peers and in their neighborhoods. Last year, out-of-district tuitions raised 14% with no warning whatsoever. Certainly not enough warning to plan. In the last 10 years since I've been superintendent, they haven't raised an average of more than 2% in any year. It went 14% in 1 year, and we weathered that because of how we set up our budget. This year, it's going up almost another 5. Again, that's on top of the 14 from last year. We have no say in that. Any student that's outplaced, we have to pay the higher tuition. That's it. We also don't know how to predict if we're going to have a student that is going to be outplaced any time during the school year, or if someone moves into the district needs to be outplaced. So it's another very difficult thing to predict. Minimum aid reduction, I told you earlier, it went from $60 to $30. Administrative obligations regarding the discipline law. Transportation contract. This year, our contract went up 10.7%. It's a multi-million-dollar contract. We get one bidder. We have to provide transportation to our students. That went up almost 11%. McKinney-Vento and DCF increases. McKinney-Vento is a regulation around homelessness. If we have students who are homeless, regardless of where they're currently living, if they're living with a relative in another town, or if they're living in a youth home, we have to provide them transportation to Easton. It's the law. Some of them go quite far, and it's hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. The same for any students who are in DCF custody. All those transportation costs went up like our regular bus transportation. And again, we never know when a student is going to face such a tragic situation. So we try to project what it's going to be. We can't go over, we can't go under. Even if it stays the same, those costs have increased. Student support increases. The town is going to be getting, there was an opioid litigation agreement that the town is going to be getting payments on. Right now, we're using them just to keep our current programming going. We're not yet in a position where we can look forward and add, which was the intention, programming that helps fight abuse or use of drugs with our students and to provide supports to families. We have not seen that yet. Lack of Medicaid reporting, other ways, I'm just talking about different revenue streams. If we report the times and minutes that professionals meet with students that are Medicare eligible, we can get Medicare reimbursements. We don't have enough clerical, secretarial staff for that, so it reduces the Medicaid we're getting back. We actually don't get those payments, though. They go to the town, which is good, but the payments are going to the town. And we have grant reductions, which I'll show you on the next slide. So every year, we get what are called entitlement grants. These are the last 3 years. I'm going to direct your attention to Title I, which is the third one down. Other than IDEA, it's our biggest, and it shows you on the right-hand side what the uses are. We try to never put staff in grants, because then you need to move them into the operating budget if the grant ends. It doesn't mean we're going to get rid of them. It means we need to move them into the operating budget and get rid of other things. But like I told you, the bulk of our budget is people. So we have always, since I've been here, we always have paraprofessionals in the IDEA grant. That's very common. We have an early childhood grant. Title I serves low income. The thing with Title I is that there are 3 grant funds in there. 2 of them are based on if your town is considered 5% poverty or higher. It's been around 5.2. We were just notified that this year it's going to be 4.8. And so that number is being reduced next year, that one grant, by $138,000. It's 52% of that grant alone. We use these grants, you can see, for interventionists, professional development. So we need to move those people into operating, ARPA, ESSER, and so forth, because you can't move that many people into an operating budget in 1 year. It's impossible. We don't have the money to do that unless we let go of a bunch of other people. So you have to do it incrementally. So we're working with the town on doing that incrementally. The concern here is that if you look at all of these, other than Title II, which is for professional development, when Title I has gone up, the others have gone up. But we don't know what's going to happen with the other ones yet. Fortunately, our practice of not putting a lot of people in grants is going to benefit us, but you may see other things that are affected, whether it's materials, which is why we did a proactive strategy this year, and we asked all department chairs and principals to lower their materials by 10%, so that hopefully that will mitigate that next year. And we've also reduced what our capital requests are going to be. We feel that security is number one. And we want all of our buildings to have exactly the same security elements as the Blanche Ames, if whatever's appropriate for the grade level. So you may have seen that we have worked with the town and secured funding. We got over $1 million last year in a capital request. We're putting for $1.5 million request at this town meeting. So we don't have it. It's going to go at this town meeting. Hopefully it will be accepted. And we've projected $4.5 million for the 2 years following that. Again, it's contingent on the town accepting that cost. The town administrator is embracing it. He's already come up with a formula where the town can borrow that money. But like the rest of this budget, it needs to be approved. We already have a designer. I had a meeting with them again today. They're working on their final plans. We're going to have stakeholder groups of people to give feedback. Just like when we built the Blanche Ames building, if you have interest in participating in that, just let your principals know, and you can participate in that. Also, our technology. You're all using technology so differently than pre-COVID. The federal government bought all those devices, and now they're done. So they don't replace them. So we have to come up with a new procurement plan to make sure that we can keep providing that and all the software that you have been using so well in the classrooms, which is why we keep asking about software. We need to be very conscious of what we're using, what we can sustain over a long period of time. That means this year we're asking for $1.7 million. This has already been presented to the capital meeting and is being moved forward at the May town meeting. Here are our 5-year capital projections. This is just to give you an idea that we work on this every year. We always put forward 5 years. We've got a $13 million plan with the town right now. All right, so now we get to the proposal for next year, based on all those factors. When we do payroll rollover, I think I said 3.9. It's actually 4.9. I think every person in the district received 2%. On here, that comes out to 4.97. Again, we've got steps, lanes, contractual obligations. The regressive essential staff is a very small fraction of that. That takes us to 5.43. When we look at those increased expenses that I was telling you about, transportation, out of district, energy, operational costs, fuel, etc., it's another 2.63%. That got us at 8.07, and we did present that to the town administrator. We've been working with him for months, and the town accountant, on what our proposal was going to be, and that was not going to work. I think we had, with all of the town and us, we had a $2.5 million shortfall, and we have to present a balanced budget to the community. So we took a look at what we could do. The town, fortunately, agreed to give us money to extend our plan of moving people into the operating budget. Positions frozen for 1 fiscal year. That means, for example, if we have a special education program at a school and we don't have a class moving into it the next year, we can't just have a teacher there without a class and paras there without a class. So we did not lay off any of them. We just shifted them for a year, and when students move into that program, we'll fill it again. Again, that's not unusual. There's a difference when a student goes from 2nd grade to 3rd grade, and 8th grade to 9th grade, and 5th grade to 6th grade. A school might not have a particular program at that time. So we have done that. We've been doing that also for several years. We are hoping to we get to this granular level where we're projecting special education students in out-of-district placements who are scheduled to graduate, and also prepayments of special education. That's only going to happen if we have $200,000 left at the end of this year. So we're trying to figure out how much we have left. One of the other things that was brought to my attention was that there was a perception that there was a freeze. There wasn't. What we did was the same thing we did last year. The fiscal year ends June 30th. So that means everything needs to be spent, encumbered, invoices received, And we try to do it earlier than that because you guys aren't here June 30th. So we need to know before then what we're going to be spending so we can tell the town if we have any money left over, or we can use it for things like the budget. So last year in May, we had a cutoff for POs. If you don't write POs, you may not be aware of this, that's fine. All department chairs, administration, secretaries, some clerical may do it. We're all given a procedure to follow last year that said, from now to the end of the year, tell us what you project to spend. If you've spent this much on paper so far, what are you going to spend by the end of the year? If you've spent this much, what are you going to spend by the end of the year? You have graduation coming, what does it usually cost? We did that exercise last year. This is the second year we did it, but we started April 1st because we need to know if we're going to have this 200,000. So we are, of course, we're still spending money. People still need to be paid. We still need materials. But the people responsible for their budgets put in their POs before April 1st. So now we can try to figure out how much we have left, knowing all that money is still being spent until the end of the year. About $13 million, I think, gets spent from now to the end of the year. So that did not, that's that situation. Again, the 240 grant is a 2-year grant, so we can continue using it for paraprofessionals, but paraprofessionals are always in the 240 grant. Craig Davidson was able to work with some transportation providers to get a $60,000 savings, and some of the curriculum costs we have on one-time things, which is perfect for a grant, the town was willing to pay for that as well. So we were able to get to 2.28%. So the total requests came down to 5.78. We went back to the town, had a meeting, it came out to $700,000 still needed to be met. So between us and the town, we worked on that. Town accountant, the director, and Andrea looked at our utilities costs over time, savings for the new Blanche Ames Elementary School, and they were able to find another $100,000 savings. So now our proposal to the town is 5.57, and the town administrator put out a budget memo this week that the budget is now balanced. And so this is what we are proposing for the school committee vote, and what we hope you will all support at town meeting so that we can keep our programming going. Now, something really important to note, and as I've said, this has been coming for several years, and you're seeing it manifest in a lot of districts around us right now. Because of our planning and utilizing these grants and getting help from the town with grants, we've been able to extend this even further. We are funding, these are called revolving grants, revolving accounts. These are accounts that we have at the town level that we can also utilize. And so we are, and we're spending them down as we need to for positions going forward. However, that comes out to about $2 million, and we need to be aware that next year, when we go into budget season, that's 4.4% if we're maintaining everything as is and not changing anything in the operating budget. And so, again, we need to increase our revenue, which is what we're working on and could really use support on, because that's before we even roll over salaries and whatever the increase is going to be next year for transportation or fuel or anything. I told you I would talk about per pupil expenditure. We currently spend $16,635 a year on students. That's what we get to spend. The state average is $20,000. We're far above the state average in academic achievement. But we get this much money less than other districts in the Commonwealth. A lot of it for the factors I talked about earlier. That's why I'm constantly working on them. The highest in this group is $20,600. The reason I use these groups is because DART schools are the schools that the state compares us to. DESE compares our academic performance to these schools, even though we receive this much less funding than all of the others. If you just look at our immediate neighbors, we're 16,635, second from the last. The other school that's lower than us is a regional school. They actually have grants available to them that single districts don't have. So you can see where the state is, and you can see the highest. We are second to last of our immediate touching border neighbors. This is not a spending issue. We are not spending more than anybody else. This is a revenue issue, and we need your help in advocating for revenue for the district. If we were to just get as much as the next town above us, which is Stoughton, just that every year, it would be an additional $5.6 million a year just for the school department. Stoughton gets $5.6 million a year more per student, not just because they're a big district, per student. If we get the Massachusetts average, it would be $12 million a year. I know what we have the capacity to do with even $5 million a year. That is the revenue that we've been working on, and we hope to be able to continue to work on. That is really the only solution to our problems. We have exhausted every other possibility of bringing things into the district, cost sharing, doing collaborative agreements with other districts. We need to work on this revenue issue. The town has the same issue, and Connor Reed will be presenting that tomorrow at his public hearing. Could be tonight. It's the same issue in the town. They receive less than everybody else around us. These are universal issues, by the way. None of these are unique to Easton. When I called our legislators this year, they said, yeah, we're hearing that from everybody. Because these are all universal things. Transportation went up for everybody. Out-of-district costs went up for everybody. These are universal costs. And log on to the news, and you will see what that means for other districts. We are not at that point. And I'm not saying they haven't been creative or good with their funds. I just know we have. And it is getting us through this year. And I hope it continues, but we have to change that trajectory of revenue. At this point, I will turn it over to any questions from the school committee members.
Jen, whenever you can, I have some questions.
Jack, another question.
It's right here. Hey, Jackie, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Let's see. Go ahead and speak. Just do a quick test. We'll see if the microphone picks you up.
All right, you don't want me to speak into the phone? You want me to speak through the computer?
No, you're on the phone.
You're on the, well, I'm picking you up through my phone right now.
Okay.
Okay.
So this works?
Yes, there we go. All right. Yep.
Okay. Thanks, Jen. Thank you, Dr. Cabral, for your presentation. I can hear myself echoing a little, so I hope you can understand me.
Yep. You sound good in the room.
Okay. I first have some follow-up questions about the assistant principal position. And a lot of the concerns I had you addressed last time at the last meeting, so thank you for that. So just a couple more questions about that, and then I have a couple questions about the report you gave us, school budget request by state code. So I understand under this new law that the alternative remedies must be used first, and that only an administrator can make the decision on what alternative method should be used the consequences to be applied, and to fill out the necessary documentation. And I'm asking this question because in looking at the discipline data reported to DESE, and I know it's not the most up to date, high needs students were disciplined more than any other reported group. So through this process, are the students going to have access to talk to a mental health professional? Not in terms of the discipline process, because I know you want to leave them to be a safe space for the students, but to kind of help the students through this process.
Thank you. I'll hand the mic over to Alicia to respond.
So thank you for that question. Were you guys able to hear the question? Oh, great. Okay. So the question, and Jackie will tell me if I leave anything out of it, is will students who have discipline issues be able to receive mental health services? Yes, of course. Not every student who has a disciplinary fraction requires mental health supports, and not every student who is a high needs student is a high needs student because of mental health services. So high needs students includes at the state level several things. It includes poverty rate, and it includes special education, and it includes English language learners. So because a student is high needs, it doesn't necessarily mean that they need mental health counseling. We do have excellent mental health counseling, and what I have shared with the public on several occasions is Easton is a little bit different. I did work with the school committee several years ago to change our requirement for school adjustment counselors. In Massachusetts, in order to be a school adjustment counselor, you need to have a certification with DESE. It's also preferred that you have a mental health license. In Easton, we require both, so that school adjustment counselors have a clinical background and can provide those services. So we have very high quality, experienced school adjustment counselors. We also have been adding school adjustment counselors. We added one this school year. We added one last school year. We have been adding them. The comment about only a administrator can determine restorative practices, that part is not true. That is the responsibility of all staff with proper support and training. We don't expect everyone to make things up. We want to provide support and do it universally. But in terms of providing actual disciplinary consequences, the principal or who the principal designates are the only people who can do that. And our school committee policies, best practice, we have always had a school administrator provide consequences. That's universal in our district and pretty much the Commonwealth. There's a different relationship. I always say we're all disciplinarians, because when I say discipline, I don't mean consequences. I mean all practices, including restorative practices, working with students. We all do it every day. We redirect kids, we de-escalate. That's part of what we do. But actual consequences in terms of exclusion, meaning out of class, out of school, the principal or their administrative designee provides that level. Did I answer all parts of your question?
Yes, and I have one additional follow-up for that. I was wondering, for students who are on IEPs, are you looking at the child's disability in this process in determining whether and what type of alternate remedies should be employed?
Yes. At any time we do any sort of disciplinary or even consequence actions, we always take into account the student. We cannot have a universal consequence for every situation and every student, because they're so vastly different. Level of comprehension of a student, for example, their age. It can't be universal. It definitely needs to be a judgment call, and that judgment is the administration. And I did just double check to make sure with our legal representation, of the school committee's legal representation, and that was the determination. But we would want that anyway. You know that if you have multiple children, you may have different ways of handling infractions based on their age, what happened, their cognitive level, understanding of what they've been involved in. You want to teach them better decision making. The number of times it's been an issue, those all come into play normally. And also, especially with suspensions, we always have to take into account was the behavior a manifestation of their disability? And so obviously, yes, that does involve an examination of the IEP and the student's needs.
Thank you. And will the administrator be trained in those alternative processes like conflict resolution, restorative justice, collaborative problem solving, or do you see that you will be training the administrator?
It's both. So again, just to make sure that I'm clarifying, we're voting on the budget this evening. So if we even move forward in a certain direction, that we can't determine that this second. But if we would, I would certainly make it part of the job description, which we are very at liberty to do, to get somebody very well versed. Again, that's a common practice. We do that regularly with positions that we post outside of the district. Inside the district, we usually post what the position is, because if there is no substantive change, most of our staff knows what those are. If there is substantive change, we do put the job description. And so it would be in the job description. We would get the most experienced person, but we're also going to train. The entire leadership team needs to be very well versed to be able to support staff. That's true of anything that we do. We always train the administrators first, because we want staff to be able to turn to somebody if there's something that they need or that there's questions that they have.
And one of the reasons, part of the reason you are asking for this position is that you said the time commitment with the documentation required is much more substantive than it was before. Can you just tell me, how much more is it? Is it, I don't know how to ask this, but is it really that much more than it was before?
Yes, so we have this conversation at the leadership team level because they're all aware of the law and what it entails. The law is not just this 222 amendment 222, but also for our civil rights reporting. We've had to assign a civil rights liaison. We've never had that in the past. Bullying, we've had to assign a bullying liaison. We do this all with our existing staff in central office. We have a bullying, all this requires certain training, a lot of legal training too. So we have a bullying report that needs to be completed. We have civil rights. We also have Title IX. And so we've sent central office administrators to trainings, and they've gotten certifications in each of these levels because of the level of reporting that needs to be done so that we can support the principals. So then we send the principals to trainings, and we have legal come in and teach them the requirements, and we have the same documentations in every school, and so that they have a support, we're able to support them when they run into questions or problems. It is extraordinary amount, yes. There are a certain number of, for example, you may have a certain number of investigations that needed to be completed. Well, if you have a key student or a parent that you need to interview, depending on their age, you may need to get parental permission. Depending on what the need is, you may need to go to the CAC, which is the Children's Advocacy Center, for them to do an interview. You have to wait until they're able to do that. We could have a student absent, and you have to wait till they come back in. The student, what very often happens for people who have done investigations, you talk to a student, they tell you about 3 other students that know about this. You are now mandated to interview those 3 other students, so it can tend to balloon. It takes quite a lot of time. Parents, we have to create a time what's convenient for them to come in, we interview them. If staff members have to be interviewed, And then there are reports that they need to fill out. I think the bullying report is, how many pages? It's 6 or 7 pages of reports and narratives that need to be completed. Director of DEIA, Carol's Perez.
Because we get federal funding, we also have to go by their civil rights and equal protection. So every bias infraction or any infraction that affected a protected class requires a civil rights investigation, which requires a report, which we have to be holders of, because at any point can be audited and federal funding
Can be withheld. Did that answer the question?
If you don't mind, Jen, I know I've taken up a lot of time. I just have a couple of quick questions on the school budget request by state code report.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that the substitute line has increased quite a bit, I think. So I'm just wondering, are we hiring more substitutes? Is it was just because of the raise in the wage for substitutes?
So we're, post-COVID, we're having a hard time getting substitutes. Again, that's not unusual in the Commonwealth. So for the last 4 years, I think, every year we have incrementally, because you can't, just like I said before, you can't add huge things in any one budget. So every year incrementally we have increased the wage for substitute teachers. And now we're trying to incentivize retired teachers to come back by giving them a different rate. So that increases the compensation for substitutes to hopefully get them in classrooms, because they're critical when people are absent.
I know you talked about transportation. The percentage on this report's a little different than what you reported in your presentation. So I'm just wondering if this is just the grouping of all the transportation, whereas you had broken it out a little bit in your presentation.
Andrea?
I'm just looking at the report of Jackie to see what that 3,300 line, I believe that's what you're referring to, the people transportation line consists of? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay. She'll check for that, because it blows up to a larger report, and she'll check that.
Yes, so that transportation includes both special services and our contract services. So for our regular bus transportation, our McKinney-Vento transportation as well. So all the transportation lines are rolling up into that people transportation.
Okay.
I just want to note something that Jackie referred to, which is DESI codes. Our budget is done per the mandate of the Department of Education. They give us codes and they give us what they're called. We can't change those. And there's a booklet that shows us what's eligible in each of those, similar to a grant, kind of. And they're very specific. And so sometimes something might go in a line and you're like, why is it going that line? It doesn't make sense. Well, that's because DESI requires that. So we do the budget based on the DESI code requirement lines.
And the last question I have is State Code 2410, text and related software. Is that for the new curriculum?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that code just because I'm looking at the numbers and I didn't
Sure,
see
I'm
that.
sorry. It's 2410.
Thank you. Pulling that up. Yep, so that's all of our textbooks lines throughout the district. So yes, that would relate to our curriculum materials.
Did you hear that, Jackie?
No, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Okay. It's all textbooks?
Yes, and one thing just to note is that the town was able to fund the initial installation of half of the installation of our new literacy program. The other half was funded by a grant through DESI, and now
Okay.
all of the cost is going back onto the schools.
Okay, that helps. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
By costs, Chrissy means consumables. So those costs for the materials were paid for by grants and the town. But now consumables happen every single year. And so now we have to have a line for consumables.
Jackie, did you have any other questions or comments?
No, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, other school committee members? Yeah, do we want to?
Probably go back.
Yes, okay.
Of course. Yeah. I wish we could stretch at every school committee meeting. Like, this might not be a pitch for you to come to our school committee meetings. But
Am I in the right seat?
You are. I'm just wide.
Oh, yeah.
You're my seat. Actually, we have more space because we're going to.
Oh, right.
Running out. It did occur to me that I may need a bio break at some point.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works. But we'll get through this portion and then we'll just try it. Thanks. Yeah, we. Does anyone have a hall pass?
She's going out in the hall without a pass.
I don't know if she's allowed.
I have no idea.
Okay, we do need to continue because we are on Zoom and there's an audience at home that is watching, so we need to continue.
They're watching the Bruins and the Celtics.
Okay, and we're hearing feedback from folks who are watching. Thank you to everybody who's tuning in outside of the auditorium. We really appreciate your interest. That the audio on Zoom is a little bit difficult to hear, but the audio being broadcast by ECAT is better quality. So if you are having any difficulty hearing and you are connected through Zoom, you may want to switch over to the ECAT broadcast so that the audio quality will improve for you.
And the website for the ECAT is www.eastoncat.org.
And we would love to have all of our meetings in here. If we know people are going to come, this would be really great for us, or even just the budget meetings and town meeting. But we certainly encourage you to come.
Okay. All righty. So any other school committee members have comments or questions? I will pass you the mic.
Thanks, Jen. Dr. Cabral, one of the questions I have is, it said in the presentation that the principal or his designee can work on those, God, I can't even read my writing, proactive efforts to help the kids. Could an adjustment counselor or a guidance counselor be that person that works in the classroom with the teacher to get these proactive things underway? Sorry.
An adjustment counselor and an assistant principal can both work on restorative practices, but an assistant principal can also do the regulated mandates and the work that a school adjustment counselor can't do. So they can do the investigations and the investigations, the reporting, and so forth. They aren't able to do that. And so that's why, in our extensive conversations with Mr. Carroll and with the leadership team, he felt that after adding lots of staff in other areas, that this was really necessary. I just want to remind people that the middle school was literally built for 2 assistant principals. We've been working a very long time to get to a point where we were able to work toward that, but this has sort of exacerbated the need, and we want to make sure that the students and staff are appropriately supported and feel that the assistant principal role will do that.
Okay, my next question is, originally we were told there were 800 something reported incidents, and now we're at 600 or something. Now, if there's 600 something, does that mean that they're all 600 different kids? Is it the same kid with 100? I'm confused about that reporting.
Those are incidents. That means, those are incidents. So that means a student has 600 incidents, or 600 students have one incident. But every incident that is referred needs to have the same process, regardless if it's the same student or not. So in that sense, it's irrelevant, because the same procedure has to be used.
Okay. And let me see. I know it's my writing. I'll figure that out. Another question I have. So right now, there are 12 grade 2 classes, correct?
Yes.
And that's a big class, grade 2, because next year, it's going to be 11 grade 2 classes.
Because of the first grade class moving up. Yeah.
Right, okay. Grade 3 currently has how many classes?
11.
So, they will continue to have 11, or grade 2 is big and moving to grade 3, so is grade 3 going to have 12 classes?
Grade 3 next year with how many?
I have it right here.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Grade 3 this year, according to this sheet, but again, it changes monthly. We currently have 229, and we have 256 in grade 2.
So change that in the formula.
So we currently in grade 2 have 21.3 students, and if that were changed to 11, it would be 23.3 students.
Mm-hmm. And we currently have
22.8 in grades 4 and 5.
We currently have 22 and 23. That's what 22.8 means. 22 and 23 in grades 4 and 5. It's not unusual. It's not an unusual number. We need a first grade position, and we are moving them to first grade. Again, we're trying to make them as even as possible across the district.
Thank you for that. So the reason why I'm asking, you know me, got to ask, the number of incidents that are, what do you call it? Identified, whatever. Wouldn't it be better to spend money on more classroom teachers to make the class sizes smaller so the teachers can do what they need to do with these post-COVID kids, which you had said makes more difficult to teach?
Small class sizes has been my priority as a superintendent since I've been here, and I'm really proud to say that we've been able to keep them lower than all the communities around us. This is an issue we are trying to mitigate at the middle school right now, and so we're getting feedback from staff and parents and students that there are issues at the middle school right now, and so this has been a priority for us because the issue is at the middle school right now. And 23 and 22 in a class is something that we've had for several years, and we don't consider that to be excessive to the point that we need to hire more people. That is a regular number for us, and it's a really good number in Massachusetts. We always try to keep them as low as we possibly can.
Okay, thank you. And I do know that as you talked about, the ESSER and the ARPA funds are decreasing. They're going to be gone the end of this year, I believe. Is that right? Sort of?
It needs to be encumbered.
Okay. And the town does that. So we don't have that, I get it. So the last couple of years, yeah, the budget's been tight, but I get it this year that it's really tight because things are going away. So that is my question, and I know we can't pick apart the budget and say, get rid of this, put in that, do this, do that. And we, as a school committee, the only thing we can do is approve or disapprove the budget, hire the superintendent and make policy. Basically, that's what the school committee does. We have meetings every 2 weeks, and we do a lot of stuff because we're here till 10 o'clock at night. But I just feel like, as a school committee member, I have the greatest respect for the people that I work with here, and for you, and the team, and for everybody that teaches in Easton. I want to vote for this budget, but I have a real hard, you know what I think back to? Two things: fourth grade music and the ELL teacher. The ELL teacher was in the budget, and then all of a sudden, as you mentioned it earlier, because you needed some pre-K or kindergarten, first grade. I get it. It changes. And I would be willing to vote for this budget if I knew that some of the things in the budget weren't a given. So right now, I would need to be really, really convinced that $49 million, I wish it was $100 million. I wish that the town would go back to like the 1970s, and where school department got 60% and the town got 40%, because we have more staff. Not to say that the town's not important, they are, but we have the biggest budget. We have a lot going on. So, anyway, that is my wish, and I'm on the fence about this, and I just want to do the right thing.
Of course. I want to point out that we are conflating two things here. First of all, yes, the school committee votes on a bottom line budget, but we work collaboratively on it. We always take input from the school committee, and we always work on that. That we can't commit to any of the positions right now, because if we have 300 preschool students that show up tomorrow, we have to move the budget around. So you're not voting on the positions. If you vote tonight on the budget, it doesn't mean you're voting for any particular position. That's not how the budget works. It needs to move based on the needs of what comes in at any time. We could have a student tomorrow who is outplaced to an institution for $250,000 a year. That is going to change the budget. We need to work and change that. I want to be really clear here, because I feel as though I really don't want this moment to pass. We never get people here listening to the budget. Whether we get an assistant principal or not doesn't change the budget next year. It's a revenue problem, and it doesn't change the revenue problem. I'm really trying to make sure people understand that, because we need your help to fix that problem. So if you don't vote on a budget tonight, then we don't have a budget. That would be really bad. You're not voting on positions. There's still movement in the budget. We still take feedback and move things around. That's not what the vote is for. The vote is to say, we feel like we need this amount of money. If you want to ask for less money from the town, you can do that, but I wouldn't advise it. So that's the vote. That budget vote is really important, and we need to get it done so that we have a budget for next year and can pay people. The conversation about positions can continue until next year. But they're two different things, and I don't want people to think if we hire one position or not, that the budget is fine next year. That is not the case. That is not what the town administrator is going to tell you. That's not what I've been saying for several years. So it's just really important that you understand that is happening.
Do you have anything else, Nancy?
One more. Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Cabral. And I would like to comment that I feel like, personally, I don't get a budget. I don't get to be part of the budget process. This never comes up. This never comes up at school committee meetings. We get the beautiful graphs and the percentages. I love that. I love this. And I think it would have been nice to have this earlier. But I feel like the budget subcommittee, you're on it, and who's our other person? Jackie?
Yes.
So you and Jackie are involved in this all the time. You go to those budget subcommittees. I go to ECAT and naming committee and municipal building committee. I have all those fun ones, and I don't have to do the budget. But I just feel like as a school committee, we need, and you know what? There's a lot on everybody's plate. But I just feel like I need more of the numbers every month or every third meeting or it's supposed to be every quarter, but, we don't get this. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you very much. Did you want to respond to that? Oh, you didn't have to. That's okay. Thank you.
I'll just add one comment to that. The budget subcommittee hearings are public, so any members of the community who are interested in watching budget subcommittees, it's riveting, must-see TV, but you are certainly welcome to. It is a very, it's part of the transparent budget policy and procedure for the town. So that information is there. And just for the record, we haven't gotten into this level of detail at the budget subcommittee. It's, you can watch it. It's very high level. It's very similar to what Connor and his team have presented to us. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
So just so to be clear, we do have quarterly meetings where Andrea presents the information to the school committee. We met with the school committee chair to ask what would you like presented, and we came up with a format. After we presented the first time, we said, do you want any changes to that? And we've been presenting that way. We're very responsive to whatever anybody wants, and if you want something different, she's happy to do that as well. In terms of the budget subcommittee, that's why you have a representative on the budget subcommittee, so that the school committee can stay informed, but we can provide anything you want at any time. We feel like we have provided everything that was asked for. We want to make sure it's in the format that you want, so Andrea is happy to give you anything differently or otherwise. But she hasn't missed any of the quarterly meetings. She's done a very good job at them. She's gotten really good feedback about them. And in terms of the presenting, I presented these positions at the last meeting because they're the most, anytime I do any kind of addition, I always present that to the school committee. So that was at the April 9th meeting.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
I just have one question.
Can you speak into the mic?
Sure. So, assuming that the budget is voted, accepted this evening, what is the process moving forward to discuss the new positions and the decisions to keep them or not keep them in the budget?
So that depends. If the school committee wants to have conversation about it, we have it with the school committee. We have leadership team makes recommendations to the school committee. You can make recommendations back to the leadership team. That's always an ongoing opportunity. And just in terms, I just wanted to note something that was brought up, like about the fourth grade music classes and the multi-language teacher. What happened with the fourth grade music classes, again, was that we had a lot of misinformation that went out, and the music program wasn't decimated. because it wasn't planned to be decimated. So again, I just want to make sure that people are getting the factual information. I know it upset a lot of people, but we were able to clarify that, and just people can just look back and see that didn't happen. So we are presenting information and what we think is going to happen or not happen, and when we say like something's not happening, it really isn't happening. We will be forthright on anything. All of our books are wide open. You can get anything online. You can come in anytime and ask questions. We've been asked for certain documentation. We've given it anytime we've been asked for it. We had a very astute person on the union leadership team that looked through everything and said, yep, everything's really lean. This, again, I have to tell you, is a revenue issue. I'm really trying to hope that you guys can help us with that, because we cannot compete with other districts with what we're getting. It's impossible. It's impossible to sustain forever. It's impossible. We are fighting for all of you. We're fighting to try to get more money for everyone here, for all of us. The school committee would prefer nothing than to say 10% raises for everybody. But when you turn and it's not there, you need to increase what's there so we can give it to you. That's what we're fighting for. That's what we're trying to get for everyone. And we're trying to help you understand that when you have limited funds coming in, we need to increase that. And we're trying to get your assistance in that. And I'm happy to keep meeting with people to explain ways that we can do that. But when we're making $5 million less than others, it's very difficult to do that. So I'm happy to educate, advocate, work with people, but that's all we're doing right here, is trying to increase what everybody here and all of our students is able to get to provide the amazing services that are provided on a daily basis. There's nothing different than that.
I'm going to attempt to turn this on. Okay. Now does it work? Yes. There we go. Look at that. We don't have to pass it back and forth. Did you have any other questions or commentary, Lauren, before I proceed?
I kind of do one thing.
It's on her face.
It's not so often that everyone is in front of us right now. And I just want to let you know that as a school committee member, and especially as a parent, I appreciate every one of you in this room and everything that you do for our district.
Okay, I will attempt to maintain composure. I have a couple of questions on this sheet, and then I'll backtrack into a couple of other questions around the middle school and some of the considerations there. On the budget sheet, there are a couple of other lines that I noticed increase significantly, specifically around curriculum. So 2110 and 2220. Both increased quite significantly in terms of year-over-year spend. Can you just comment on what's included in there and why?
Sure. I just want to repeat that back to make sure I have that right. So 2110 and 2220?
Yes, thank you.
So I'm going to look at 2110 first.
For the public who's attending and watching, it's a curriculum director line and school curriculum leadership line. Just trying to understand if we changed what's reported in there or why that's gone up so much. No, I'm looking at these two. You may have an additional one.
So one of the largest drivers was just a simple reclass,
absolutely.
moving one of the staff line items to a different line, and that is our curriculum director salary. We created a different account for that position with the Blanche Ames reorganization. So it's basically a correction. So that's the largest driver in there, and you should see a corresponding decrease in a different expense line that we already had accounted for.
So Ann Weitraub's position, she was a principal, and we had to move that and reduce that line, add it to another line, and up that line. So it's just a accounting procedure.
basically.
Because it has to fit the codes, and if she's not a principal, she can't be in the principal line.
Understood. And then also the admin technology schools 2250, is that looks like that increased quite a bit as well. Is there an explanation behind that one?
Yep. So 1 second. So 2250 for admin technology schools. The increase, I think, of $77,760. So the largest increases there are also related to reclasses, moving a newly created position of the information systems administrator from one previous classification into that new line item. So basically making sure we're accounting for that position in the correct DESI code is why that increased compared to last year. And I didn't answer the question in between for the curriculum leaders, the 2220, so I'm going to pull that up. So that looks like the largest change was related to, just making sure I'm speaking correctly there. Actually, that's not that line. There are changes across the board, and it looks like it's mostly increases related to department head stipends.
Okay, thank you. For those who don't have visibility to see it, there are a number of lines that show decreases, but it's just not always able to tell which things move between them.
Yeah, and if I can just add, we've been doing a lot of cleaning up.
Thank you.
The lines. So you'll see shifts where there's an increase in one and a decrease in another. For example, Livia and I have had a lot of conversations around what goes in a textbook line versus a technology line. And we had put them in the district line and then put them back in the school lines because of the way that it's reported to DESI. So it's been a lot of cleaning up that we're really fortunate that Andrea is here to help us clean that up so it tells the correct story.
So it's the same amount of money moving into lines for clarity and making sure we meet the mandate of the DESI coding.
Okay, thank you very much on that. I do have a couple of questions on the middle school data that was presented, and I realize that we are not voting on that. I do think it's important, for those who don't know, I spend my days in data, so I do think it's important to make sure that we understand the data that was talked about. So one of the things that I noted on that slide is that the OA numbers had gone up and then have now come back down. And the EMS numbers obviously have not. To what do we attribute the fact that the OA numbers have been coming down in the most recent year?
So I didn't put those slides in here. They were at the last presentation about many of the things that we've been put into place. The principal has been doing an amazing job and has also had the opportunity to do some programming, and I listed them all, and I don't have them on my slide right now, but there are many things in that presentation that you have that she is able, by capacity and opportunity, to do with the staff and with the students, and we are attributing that. A lot of them are restorative practices toward easing some of those issues. We're looking to replicate that at the middle school. A lot of things that are proactive as opposed to reactive.
Okay. And do you envision having this additional administrative role being able to actually support those measures, or are those measures coming more from teachers, staff, and other support that's able to be provided?
They are largely administrative, but largely run by the principal. But if the principal is not able to do a lot of those duties, then they have to do assistant principal duties, and they're not able to do that. But I've been answering a lot of questions about the middle school and for the whole team, so perhaps Mr. Carroll would like to talk about some of the need at the middle school. I don't want to speak for everybody. They can certainly speak for themselves.
Thank you, and thank everybody that's in attendance. I don't want to be redundant. I'll try to just sort of cover my basic thoughts on the assistant principal piece. As I've been an administrator in Easton I've been an administrator for 23 years. I've been in Easton for I think about 19 or 20. During that time, all these buildings have changed. All these kids have changed. A lot of us have changed. I certainly got older. But during this time period, in 2005, middle school, then Easton Junior High School, went through a construction project. And as Leisha said, the building was constructed to have 2 assistant principals. There were 2 offices, both were assistant principal offices, because based on the size of the building and based on the number of students, that was something that we saw that we were going to need. But over time, you have to set priorities. And we've had different priorities. We have added 4 special ed teachers. We've added 2 specialized special ed programs. We've added, it took a couple times, but we've added first a 0.5 nurse and then an additional 1.0 nurse position. During that time, we've added an art teacher. During that time, we've added a media specialist librarian to run what was the hub of the building after we finished with our construction project. Also during that time, we've added guidance counselors. We've added school adjustment counselors. So there's been a variety of positions, and all the time what you do is you go back and you try to set priorities. You try to communicate with the staff and you set priorities. Some years the priorities are maybe we can get 2 interventionists, and maybe the next year we can get to 4, and maybe the next year, like we are now, we get to 6. Or maybe one year we're going to add a coach, and the next year we're going to go for the math coach. There's always priorities that you set, and I've always tried to set the priorities based on what I think is best for the kids and based on what is the current reality within the situation at the school. Now, those of you that know me, that have worked with me, I've served in this role of assistant principal. I've been in that seat. I understand what it takes, but it is a different time where we have different kids. And if you go back, and I'm not going through very fine points of data, but just in general, if you go back to like 2017, at the middle school, we had about a 14% bullying rate, and we had about 130 referrals in a year. Okay, go to 2022. 2022, I'm not saying 24, I'm saying 2022. That number like triples, as do the bullying referrals, as do civil rights investigations and violations, as do all the changes that the state has created, as do the documentation, the hearings. The process is completely different now. The job is completely different now. And the reason why at this point in time, 16, 17, 18 years after I knew that this moment would come, I've set those priorities every single year, and we've always moved in a different direction. This year, I feel like it's the best thing for our school and for our students that we add another assistant principal. We've thought about it in the past, and it's not that I don't think an adjustment counselor is important. I also prioritized an adjustment counselor. I also prioritized keeping our interventionists because we were going to lose the outside funding for them. The interventionists are still moving forward. The assistant principal that I recommended moved forward based on what cabinet recognized, and the only reason why the adjustment counselor that I recommended did not move forward is because when you compared the numbers of the caseloads in the district, there was another school that needed it more. And that's why that didn't move forward for us. But it is still a priority for us. It just may be a priority for down the road next year. So that's sort of the background. I want to make sure everybody understood. I can take any specific questions, do the best I can to answer them.
I have an additional question that either you, Mr. Carroll, can answer, and thank you for that, or Dr. Cabral. I think it would be helpful for the general public, and I have maybe awareness, but from a parental and child point of view as opposed to the actual process. Can you describe what disciplinary issues and pattern is followed to get someone to a point where they are being logged as one of these incidents? Do they go through guidance first? Do they go through the interventionist? Are there
I'm going to warn you. Yeah, I have to talk to me like I'm a grandfather. Right?
Okay.
Sorry.
I guess I have to be even louder. Usually I'm too loud. Can you describe what triggers someone to be logged as one of these incidents? Is it a teacher sending a discipline issue to the office? Have they gone through guidance first or intervention first? Are there specific things that fit as criteria of an incident versus other things that don't? I'm not sure we all have a working understanding of what counts as those, I believe, 600 items or so that were logged there, and why a student would be fitting that criteria.
It's a good question. That's why I spoke specifically about 22, because 22 was also the year, as anybody in here that worked in the middle school would remember, that was the year where I started the year without an assistant principal. I found an interim assistant principal that was a retired assistant principal from Lexington High School. He lasted about 3 weeks before he said, I didn't sign up for this. This is way more work than I thought. And then he took off. And so that year, a majority of the disciplinary referrals that I was referring to was just merely being processed by me. So it probably would have been more if there was a full team in place. To answer the question on what could be a disciplinary referral, it could be something as simple as a student in a class that is disrupting the class, causing other students not to learn. If the teacher sends the student out, there'd be an expectation that you would follow with a disciplinary referral so that when the student gets down to me, I would know or Stephanie would know, what the student did, and then you can follow up appropriately. There are times, though, that follow-up may take a little while depending on what else is going on in a given day. There are also things that happen in the room where a teacher might see it, as a non-negotiable, or a student missed their teacher detention or something like that, make a referral for that. It could be something big, an issue between students that gets reported as like a student interaction issue, which is a code for me that lets me know this is a potential bullying issue that I need to look into. So does that answer your question? It could be a variety of different issues. There's all different codes for discipline within our operating system.
It could also be a teacher dealt with it in the classroom, and so it's just...
Yeah, thank you.
It could also be a teacher dealt with a situation in the classroom and it's just for documentation purposes. But because of the law, we now have to make, that is a measure that if the child then repeats the same behavior and it was already addressed in the classroom, now we need to move up a level in the progressive discipline because it was already dealt with in the classroom and the behavior is still happening. So now we have to be able to see that documentation.
And are discipline issues ever resolved through guidance or interventionists, or is it noted by teacher and or by the administration, and then those additional groups are supportive?
The guidance counselors certainly are a huge assistance to me and to Stephanie. They're certainly a huge assistance, as are the school adjustment counselors to us as well. Oftentimes there are things that take place in a given school day where maybe sort of the initial interview with a student to find out if it's something that requires follow-up could get done by a guidance counselor, but they wouldn't be going in addressing specific student discipline on a discipline referral in the computer. They might get something because the teacher gives them a heads up, said these two students were saying this, or I thought I overheard this. They may follow up, and then if confirmed, bring it to Stephanie or I.
Okay, thank you. Just trying to understand the role of all the different positions we're talking about in this process and how it gets resolved.
Sorry, I just want to add that I think maybe in the parent perspective, I think our counselors have a lot of communication with parents, so parents feel comfortable going to them with concerns, so they may also be getting the referrals through parents because they're the first line of contact.
If a parent approaches someone with an issue, is that also logged as an incident? Is that part of this count?
Yes, it should be so that we can investigate it.
Got it. Thank you.
They.
I just had one additional question on that before I comment. We mentioned there was commentary on and in Nancy's question around is there a certain number of students that are frequently that are coming in as frequent flyers into these incidents. So on a similar vein, is there a particular grade? I think many folks are aware that the 8th grade was moved. Is there a particular cluster of teachers that are sending lots of students down? Are there other patterns in that data set that anyone should be aware of at this time?
I think I understand the question. I think everybody probably in here understands the question. Is there a group of kids that could potentially make up a large number of the referrals? The answer is absolutely. We can still remember those days from years and years ago, but that's something that's consistent. If you brought me back to 2003, I can still name that group of kids. In 2007, I know who they were then too. So there's always going to be a new group that replaces the old group.
I was more asking, we had talked about that through Nancy's question. I was wondering if there was a set of an age group or a particular set of teachers or a particular set of classes where we were seeing additional behavioral issues, where kids acting out frequently in PE or art. Is there anything in there that helps us understand where students may be having challenges?
Typically it would be the 8th grade. It is the 8th grade now. This group of 8th graders, when they were in 6th grade, gave us, some challenges to the point where we wanted to give them extra support, and we did move them closer to the office. But right now that is, it's consistent. Right now we do see more disciplinary referrals coming out of, say, 8th grade. But what those numbers would indicate next year, I wouldn't know, but I would assume then 7th graders, as they move to 8th grade, you might get the same thing, because it always tends to sort of work that way. The numbers have consistently, since 2017, gone up.
Okay, thank you. I will just say that while I know that we are, not a question, a comment, I know that we are voting on the budget tonight. I do agree with Nancy's sentiment that I think we can do more to make sure that we understand this data going forward. Given what Dr. Cabral presented, I think there is a responsibility as a school committee member I have to do more to make sure I understand the numbers, the data, and how we can improve them on behalf of everyone impacted by all this. Thank you. I remain concerned about these kids. I am very concerned about the middle schoolers. I am very appreciative for every teacher that has had my kid and reached out, all of my kids, and reached out over the years to treat them as individuals and to meet them at their individual needs. And I know these kids need more right now. And I am appreciative of all that we are doing to try to support them in these moments where they need a bit more. They are very different coming out of COVID. Someone who has kids of lots of ages, they are very different coming out of COVID than they were before that. I do recognize that. I think it is important to recognize. So I do look forward to improving not only the data, but the output and results of where we're going with this, because I believe that the kids need us. And I know, having many teacher friends, that the teachers are also strained and also need our support and help. So thank you all for what you're doing.
Okay, so do any other, let me just make sure, see if Jackie has anything. Do any other school committee members have any further questions or comments before we move to hearing from the public? Okay. Oh, okay, go ahead, Chrissy.
Hi. I didn't know if I should wait or talk now. So I just want to preface that I understand that the bottom line budget is what's being voted on right now. But we have to remember that I'm, as all of you know, I'm a mom. My youngest is a sophomore in high school right now. And he was in 6th grade when COVID hit. He didn't have a middle school experience. The kids that are in, and he is socially behind. The kids that are in middle school right now are, they were in 3rd grade, 4th, when COVID hit. They didn't have a time to grow. And so when we're talking about additional staff members, we're thinking about I don't know if you know, the second most important educator besides a classroom teacher in a child's life is a principal. The research is there. I can cite the articles. I've read about it. I'm not, this is what I'm learning about in all the research that I've been reading recently, and the impact that an administrator has on a child is the second most important than classroom teachers, number one. Leafwood, you can look up his research. You can look up Meredith Honig's research. There's a ton of research out there that shows that. What I'm saying, however, is that now I'm losing my train of thought. Sorry. To be honest with you, also as a former elementary principal, I see what and a former assistant principal, I see what our current assistant principals go through. We need 2 assistant principals in every school, not just the middle school. We need them in every school. I think about, I see one of our assistant principals sitting in front of us who doesn't have a guidance department to support her, who's running all the 504 meetings, the SIT meetings, the talking with the school, I see what's happening there. When I was a principal, my book for speaking with kindergarten parents was this thick compared to the first and second grade, parents. Just the amount of dedication, the amount of conversation that's needed. If we're sitting here, this is the beginning of what's needed. The priority right now is the middle school because of the incidents, but we need 2 assistant principals. We've 800 kids in our buildings, 20 kids in a class. When I was in Boston, I had 25, 26 in a first grade classroom. This is a gift of the class sizes here in Easton. If you look around, granted, yes, we should have 12 kids in every class, but until we get to that point where our town budgets can support that, we have to think about what else can we do to make a difference in the lives of our children. And in order to do that, we have to look at what does the research show us, because this is an issue, is that the research is being done. They're not talking to the practitioners. The practitioners are not talking to the scholars. Sorry to bore you all here, but this is a huge issue that needs to happen, and we need to really be thinking about, what can we do for the little amount that we get? What can we do to make the biggest difference?
Thank you, Mrs. Pruitt. Okay, so we will now open up the floor for public comment. I'm actually going to return the sign-up sheet to the table in case anybody who has not signed up to speak decides that they would like to. So I'll go in the order on the sign-up sheet, but just to follow open meeting policy, when you go to the microphone, please state in full your name and address. If you signed up to speak and find that your questions or comments have already been addressed, you may decline. Don't feel obligated to speak, or if somebody ahead of you makes comments or asks a question that answers or responds to what you had planned to discuss, again, you may certainly waive speaking or simply just state that you agree with the comments previously made. Let's see, we do have a full agenda tonight, so we do want to be mindful of everybody's time, and we know, especially for folks at home, folks at home might be bouncing between this and a Bruins game and a Celtics game. So we're mindful that we have limited attention and want to make sure that everybody here has the time. Anybody who wants to speak can speak. So we will ask you to keep your comments to about 3 minutes. We don't have a ton of people who've signed up to speak, so that should be an adequate amount of time to be heard. So first up on the list, I have Darlene Hannigan. So if you want to move to one of the microphones, we'd appreciate it.
Hi, Darlene Hannigan, 5 Pebblebrook Road in Northeastern. I've come to this meeting today as a community member, a taxpayer, and a former educator to speak with regard to the upcoming budget and potential hiring of an additional administrator at Easton Middle School. It It is my understanding that the hiring of another vice principal is being considered to help with the discipline issues in that building. I'd like to suggest an alternative to this plan. For years and years, there has been a plea from teachers for smaller class sizes, more support in the classroom, and more adjustment counselors. Each year, due to budget constraints and/or the fact that funds are temporary or in the form of grants, these requests are rebuffed. Not having sustainable funds has prevented the hiring of personnel who may otherwise be cut when the funds dry up. It seems, however, that sustainable funds have been found in the hiring or potential hiring of an additional administrator. Please consider this: the hiring of additional paraprofessionals to work with children in our classrooms and/or counselors to meet with individuals or small groups of children may be a significantly better use of these funds. Discipline issues can be found in all of our schools. The degree is relative to the age and grade level of the student. It seems hard to believe that students with behavioral issues suddenly appear or multiply upon entering EMS, even with the increase in social emotional concerns since COVID. It also seems hard to believe that the severity of these behaviors significantly increased, coinciding with the hiring of the current vice principal. In any case, I am not denying that dealing with children who are struggling is challenging. However, like with students struggling academically, it would seem that giving the students and teachers support in their learning environment and strategies to help them to be successful is the best route to take. Starting these interventions in a proactive way, beginning young and growing with the child, seems more effective than a reactive approach, hitting them with an administrator later in school. Just because data is now being collected and recorded doesn't mean discipline is a new problem. Children respond better to an adult talking with them, working with them, and listening to them. Calling them to the vice principal's office screams trouble. Although it is certainly necessary for some, there are better alternatives for many. Teachers need smaller class sizes and supports in place to make all of their students feel supported and successful. Maybe replacing retired teachers. Please listen to the direct feedback from the teachers and their needs for making teaching and learning more positive. Another administrator is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. Thank you, and I don't want to, that's not what the school committee's, that's not what we're talking about, but the bottom line is what they're voting on. However, it's really important, which means that's not over, is what I'm trying to say. I just want to make sure that anything that might be inaccurate is addressed, and we have added many positions over the years, including all the ones that Mr. Carroll had said. And we are exactly talking about not being reactive. The restorative practices are proactive. And so we want to make sure that we are proactively, we're going to be doing this work. We just want to make sure that teachers are supported when we're doing it. We don't want to start something without support, because we know how hard everybody works, and we know everything that they do, and we know the requirements on them. The law says that before they can be sent to the office and suspended, the restorative practices need to happen. That means the teachers are going to have to record them. They're going to have to put in writing what they've done before they can have a student exit from their room. We don't want to make that so much extra work for the staff. I understand we can have a much bigger conversation about what restorative practices are, and we certainly want to do that. so that people can understand them and we can make decisions together. But I just wanted to say that that doesn't impact the budget for next year. We did not find sustainable funds for an administrator. We are hiring somebody right now because there is the funding right now and the need is right now. So it doesn't mean somebody's there forever. It doesn't mean somebody's in any position forever because we make changes every year based on the needs of the students. So I just wanted to make sure that I answer those questions.
And just to speak to the point that I believe it was that the jump in disciplinary issues coincided with the new assistant principal. First, I want to be clear. Ms. Santos has, she fully has my 100% backing. I have lived in that job. I have done the job of assistant principal for 11 years. I know what it takes. I understand the difficulty as some of the regulations, some of the process, some of the documentation, how the hearings are done. I understand all of those changes and the difficulty in those. I have tried to be helpful in helping take some of the disciplinary issues on myself, including bullying referrals and things like that. But it's an extremely difficult thing because it also stretches you pretty thin because you can't get out and properly evaluate. You can't get out and get into the classroom. You can't be supportive to a teacher who may be having classroom management issues with a student because you spend too much time in the office. But I want to be clear. This problem, this disciplinary problem is far before Ms. Santos. As I referred, in 22, it had already more than tripled, and it was me, myself, trying to sort of deal with that, and an interim assistant principal that wanted no part of the workload. So this is not a person, it's not an issue that's related to a person. No matter what the people are right now in our school, based on the volume and based on what we're seeing, what we need for the students is 2 assistant principals.
Thank you. So next up on the list, I have Suzanne Lynn. If you want to move to the microphone.
I don't think it's on, Suzanne.
Can you hear me? Yes. Suzanne Lynn on behalf of EEA. I live at 98 Columbus, but my address is 452 East Street. Good evening, Superintendent Cabral, Assistant Superintendent Pruitt, Chair Starr, Vice Chair Loomis, and members of the Easton School Committee. On behalf of the members of the EEA, Unit A, and paraprofessionals, we appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. We understand that school committee members have a responsibility to help provide the highest quality education for Easton students. We understand and appreciate the gravity of the decisions facing you, particularly given the economic constraints. With that goal in mind, we hope to provide you with a more complete picture of conditions and needs at EMS, so the committee can make informed decisions to support the Easton community and the middle school specifically. As educators in a time of unprecedented challenges, the staff of Easton Middle School have worked tirelessly to provide for students' academic and emotional needs. We have shown the nimbleness and creativity to navigate the challenges of teaching during COVID. We have strategized ways to support students' academic growth in the post-COVID era. Further, we have focused on strengthening relationships with students and on supporting their social-emotional needs, all in times of budgetary uncertainty and staffing challenges. As noted by Dr. Cabral, many middle schools of similar size have more than one assistant principal. However, in an early April survey of Unit A and paraprofessional unit members at Easton Middle School, 91% of survey respondents opposed the addition of one at this time. After seeing the superintendent's presentation at the April 9th school committee meeting, many EMS staff feared incomplete information holding undue influence in the decision-making process. In particular, there was dismay at the apparent implication that our educators have been ineffective at handling student conduct, and that adding another assistant principal would rectify those challenges. We are here to provide thorough and complete information. We are here to voice our investment in the climate and culture of Easton Middle School. Data presented by the superintendent to the school committee appeared to show a spike in conduct issues reported in the middle school compared to Oliver Ames. It is notable that educators this year at the middle school have been urged to document even the most minor conduct issues in Aspen, a change from past practice that has not been consistently applied across buildings, making comparisons difficult. Over the school year, a group of Easton Middle School educators has been trying to work with the current administrators to improve building climate and communication about student behavior. Specifically, in February, all Easton teachers were precluded from seeing our students' conduct histories, despite language in FERPA regulations explicitly allowing for those with a legitimate educational interest to access this information. During the current school year, requests by staff for administrator-led class meetings have gone unfulfilled. Conduct referrals have been consistently overlooked without timely consequences or communication. Conduct data collected by the EEA does not support the need for additional administrators to handle conduct. Examining the data closely reveals populations of students who need additional social-emotional support. In fact, just 1.5% of the student population makes up 45% of all student incidents. Additionally, a single grade in the building has accounted for half of the incidents this school year. It is our opinion that an additional administrator will fail to address the root causes of these student behaviors. Instead, consider the alternatives. Building relationships and connections with students can foster positive school culture. Hiring in recent years of math and reading interventionists, behaviorists, paraprofessionals, and adjustment counselors has increased the number of adults working directly with students. Many Easton teachers have voluntarily pursued and completed training in intervention models that have been proven to reduce student behavior before it happens. Each of these approaches seeks to prevent behavioral challenges rather than respond to them after they have occurred. In our survey, respondents who indicated they did not support adding an assistant principal were then asked to prioritize alternative ways to address behavioral concerns in the building. Respondents prioritized adding adjustment counselors, TLC staff, and paraprofessionals over the hiring of an additional assistant principal. Nearly 3/4 of eligible members responded to the survey, and nearly 91% of them indicated a lack of support for this position right now. Easton's taxpayers should consider carefully the percentage of the school budget spent on administrators. To add an assistant principal would encumber Easton Middle School with $115,000 more salary for the 2025 fiscal year. The same funds could instead be directed toward hiring 2 adjustment counselors who would provide direct social-emotional support to students. Rather than hiring an additional administrator, the educators at EMS would rather invest in resources that directly impact our students' ability to thrive in school and in their lives. Staff at EMS fervently desire to help create the best educational experience for our students. We are dedicated to working with administration and the school committee to do that. In the recent past, we do not feel that those sentiments have been reciprocated. Adding another administrator does not remedy the need to set the tone for the school. When asked, respondents to our survey felt our building challenges require careful thought about the systems we use and the resources we have. They felt that an attempt to solve the challenges facing EMS by throwing another administrator at the situation is the wrong approach at this time. We appreciate your time and the attention to these matters that impact the district and Easton Middle School. We come to you out of concern for the well-being of our students and our community. We urge nothing more than your diligence in making this decision.
Thank you, Suzanne. Just a couple of things. The survey that you are referring to, I do not have. Again, this is to vote on the bottom line of the budget, so that conversation is not over. We can continue to have that information. I'll just tell you about the process. The process is the one that I explained earlier. We have a very unusual system here in Easton where we ask for the participation of every single staff member in crafting the budget. Very few, if any, superintendents do that. So we want to be participatory, and that is the whole purpose of doing that exercise. That is not a state exercise that I shared. That is one that we have created as a team together. We can't make decisions based on information that we don't have. The information that we do have, Mr. Carroll presented as the principal of the school. I trust Mr. Carroll. He showed me the information that was handwritten by staff, and that's what we use to make our decision. If things change or information is different, that simply needs to be provided. I have had many meetings with the union. I have never gotten that survey. So I'm just trying to say that we are very open to hearing things. The only reason we're not talking about it here is because that's not what this meeting is for. It's for the bottom line of the budget. We can continue to talk about it, but to say that we're not listening is inaccurate, because that's why we do the whole process for everyone to participate in what is even brought to us to ask for from the town. We are on the same team. You may disagree with what the leadership has brought, but that is a conversation we can have. That doesn't have anything to do with the budget vote, because the school committee doesn't vote on positions. So that is not closed, is what I'm trying to keep repeating. But present information if you have it. That's perfectly fine. I'm telling you, please understand that I don't think the principal got 91%, a survey about 91%. I did not, we did not. So I just want to make sure that if there's an inference that we are ignoring information, that is simply not true. We don't have that information. Thank you for sharing it, but we can't make a decision based on something that we don't have. And I want to make it really clear to every single person that might be watching this right now, I never once said, because I don't feel this way, so I wouldn't say it, that the staff is ineffective. That's not what I said. Please go back and look at this presentation. Please look at the last presentation. I definitely said this is not the fault of our students, and it's not the fault of our staffs. It's a situational issue or event. I think I said a situational event that has created a different product of student coming in. I never said, nor would I ever say, because this is a team. We are your team. We are out there advocating for funds for you because we are the same team. We do want your feedback. And I would never say such a thing about my team. I've never said that to the school committee. I've never said that to a parent. I have only advocated for this school and this district and every person in it, and expressed my appreciation for the effort that you put in every single day. That has never been said, and I don't want anyone leaving this room with that takeaway, and I certainly don't want parents to think that that is true. I only said we are trying to support staff even further. We don't want the burden to be on staff. That is all I said. I never said that staff was ineffective, and I want to make sure that wasn't even inferred in the slightest way, and I would draw you to my language that is the exact opposite of that as evidence of that. When I did my presentation, I never compared and said, look at this, there's even more than OA. There is a recording of April 9th, please watch that. I showed a trend that is increasing, and it is increasing. That's just a fact. The district directive was for all staff to put in all incidents. That's our directive. If anyone has information that that's not happening, then I would need to know. Principal Kavanaugh, Principal Getchell, Principal Carroll, and Principal Cedarbaum know that that is what we directed to the entire district. And we did a presentation on it in the month of October for every single school that that's what we were going to do. If there is an assertion that the data is inaccurate because it's not happening somewhere, the principals don't know that, and we don't know that, and we would appreciate you giving us that information. But please do not infer that that's information we have and we're making a decision otherwise on purpose. Please share information with us, and we will make decisions accordingly. And I would just suggest respectfully, the reason we're doing this is because I trust my principal, I trust my administrator. I've never gotten a complaint that he's ineffective or should not be in the principal position. And I am supporting him as much as I'm supporting everyone else. If anyone feels that that isn't the case, again, I am his supervisor. You are to come and let me know. There's a vehicle for all of this. While we love hearing you and from you, this isn't even necessary. My door and my phone are open always. Every individual can come and talk to me. Give me data that you have. Give us surveys. Give us information. We had a meeting with the union, which again showed the information that Carol's had also found, and we changed the slide. That's very important information to us. So I would like to make sure that if anyone is thinking we're not listening, I don't understand where that's coming from. Because I've answered every question. The team has made their recommendations, but based on what they know, almost every member of the team has been an assistant principal or a principal, and they know certain obligations more than people who have not been in those roles. And I just want to make sure we're also respecting their capacity and their knowledge of positions and what they require. As the superintendent, I have to support every staff member. And I am honoring what my team, including Mr. Carroll, has brought forward as the need for a building based on their professional knowledge also. I don't want any of us to minimize that. There can be different opinions, and that's fine. But I want to make sure we're maintaining respect for one another and that we understand intention. And there has never been an intention that I'm aware of for Mr. Carroll or any member of the executive team or the cabinet to mislead anyone here on any of this information. It is only working every day to support you. And we will continue to do so because you make what happens in this district, but they make you able to do a lot of those things. A lot that happens that we do, we don't tell you about because we don't want to burden you with certain regulations. We are trying desperately every day for you to be able to have the opportunity to do the magic that you do. And I think we've been supportive of that, but if we haven't, please tell us how we haven't. But please don't think we're ignoring that. The only reason we're not making a decision tonight about budget items is because that's not the agenda and that's not this meeting. We can talk about that more. I'm not being dismissive. I'm just trying to keep us to the agenda item because that's the purpose of this meeting. And if we don't have a budget, we can't move forward with anything. But what happens with that budget changes all the time. I'm not sure why I'm not communicating that clearly. And I really hope somebody asks a question about how we can improve our budget long term, because I really feel like that's being lost here, because that's really something that would solve every problem in this room. Would you like to make any comment?
Just that it was brought up how important paraprofessionals are, and believe me, I do not disagree with that. That was something that came up on the original, from the original documentation. It was one of the things that we had everybody work in groups in the faculty meeting to sort in order of importance. But ultimately what I decided, and this was ultimately my decision, when I was looking at the middle school, I felt as though a lot of people, because we had so many unfilled para positions, over the course of this year at different times because we couldn't keep them filled. There were a lot of people that were seeing the need for paras. I don't disagree with the need for paras, but I felt as though our greatest need was to have filled positions of those paras. So it wasn't that I minimized that. It was something that came up. But the only other things that didn't move forward to my recommendation to the cabinet in that budget item were hallway monitors, and there's another one I can't remember off the top of my head, but in the end, I thought that by putting the three things forward that I did, it offset the need for those other things. And if we hired every paraprofessional position that we had open and could keep somebody in that position, then that would solve a lot of the needs that we had within the classroom to help support the students. That was my thinking on that, just so you know.
So people may not be aware that we have open positions sometimes in the district, so they're still in the budget. Right now, there are positions, para positions at EMS that are not filled. That's not on purpose. Mr. Carroll has been interviewing like crazy, and he has not gotten the candidates that he feels are acceptable for the middle school. He is still interviewing regularly for those positions. Those positions haven't been cut. They're just not filled right now because he doesn't have candidates. We're still reposting all the time for those and advertising. We just had a couple of job fairs where we said we had open positions for paraprofessionals. Please don't think those are cut. You are going to have more bodies of paraprofessionals next year at that school. They're unfilled right now. The best time to hire people is in the spring because they don't want to leave their jobs mid-year. So those are still in the budget. I realize you may not know that, which is why I'm telling you that. So please understand that those are in the budget. He just is having trouble filling them right now. But you will see more paras next year at the middle school, which is why he didn't put forward paras, but you may see missing positions. That's not a budget issue. That is a hiring issue that we're working very hard to mitigate.
Thank you. I do want to just acknowledge that the school committee was handed a document in mid-meeting. We cannot accept new documentation in the middle of a meeting, and it's just because any documents that are reviewed or considered during a meeting become part of the public record. And because we did not receive this in advance, we haven't had time to look at it and vet it and make sure that it is appropriate to become part of public record. Somebody could hand us something that might have confidential information in it or something that doesn't relate to the budget. So we just want to be cautious about adhering to open meeting law. So we will not be reviewing or considering that document during tonight's budget hearing or the meeting as a whole. So just want to acknowledge that. But thank you for providing it, and we will take a look at it outside of the meeting. Okay, so next up on the list, I have Bonnie Porter Meglio. If you'd like to go to the microphone. Okay, so this is Greg Shea. Okay, great.
Hi, Bonnie was going to speak on my behalf. I'm Greg Shea from 40 Union Street. I'm a resident of Easton, proud graduate of Oliver Ames in 2001, also a former middle school teacher. It's been a nice dialogue here tonight, so a lot of what I had written isn't fully applicable, but what I will say is, like, I really want to lend my voice to the educators here tonight. I also want to say, just incidentally, it's very difficult to hire paraprofessionals right now. I know that, and I hope everyone's thinking of that whenever y'all go back to the bargaining table and talk about increasing those wages. That's how you're going to get people to fill those positions. I'll also say, as an educator, like, I've always been really proud of the administration and the school committee here. Like, I'm very sensitive to bodies like yours ignoring educators and administrations ignoring educators, and I've felt that hasn't happened a lot in this district, and that's something I've been proud about. But at the end of the day, you have this many educators here at 9 o'clock at night when they are, have to get up really early to do a really hard job. So there's some kind of missing link. There's something that these educators are trying to tell the school committee and the administration that needs to be heard and needs to be acted on. Like, these are the people that are at the point of contact every day with the kids. Like, I'm biased. I was an educator. I still work with educators. But if a large group of educators is taking the time to stand up and speak with one voice on an issue, they're always right in my mind. They have to be. Like, that's... They live this. I know this is a hard time in education, not just for educators, but for administration and school committees as well. So, like, I want to spread the respect around, but I hope you, the school committee and the administration, will continue your practice that I've been really proud of all these years of listening to educators and realizing that, you know, tonight's not a negative thing. It's just a way for educators to highlight that this particular issue is of, like, real paramount importance to them, and, like, there needs to be further dialogue, and what they're saying needs to not just be heard but acted upon. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg. We agree. The school committee, I'm simply an agent of the school committee when we're at negotiations, but school committee can speak for themselves on this, but I can tell you as a witness of it, they try every year to get every single penny for staff. It's a revenue issue that we are trying to fix so that we can get more money. The work we do every day is to get more money. Not for me, not for Mr. Carroll, not for fancy lighting. It's for you. That is what we're trying to work on. That's what they're trying to work on. It does not do them any good to not give the highest raises possible to staff. That doesn't even make sense. They are here for you. But they have a very limited funding. And so that's what we're trying to fix. However, I think this meeting shows that we are listening to staff. We are not making any decisions on positions tonight. I know I've said that, but I feel like I need to say it again, because this is a vote on the budget. It could be reduced if it does not get voted on and go forward. But they're not voting on positions. So that conversation can continue. I know I've also said that, but I'm not sure why that is still a thought that is this evening or that's done. We are listening. While I have met with a couple of union representatives, I've not gotten one phone call or visit. I'm telling you, I want to hear, and I want to get that information. I don't know what about that is not hearing, but the school committee can talk about the funding and the desire in negotiations as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for your comments and from everybody who has spoken tonight. I won't belabor this. Many of you have heard this before, but for those who haven't, just a quick reminder that one of the biggest challenges for any municipality in Massachusetts is that we are beholden to our favorite law ever, Proposition 2.5, that limits the amount of money that the percentage by which we can raise taxation in any given year is 2.5% plus new growth. Connor Reed, our town administrator, the select board, the finance committee, he will speak about this in great detail at the budget, at the town meeting on May 20th. He has spoken about it year after year after year after year after year. But as you can tell, if you just do the quick math, the local taxation is far and away the majority of our revenue. We get very little in state money, as mentioned. Our increase for the schools every year is anywhere from $30 a head to $60 a head, which equates to less than 1% of the budget. So if we have our local taxation is 2.5% plus any new growth year. So when we add developments, when people do betterments on their property, when new businesses come to town, those are all really helpful because you can add that to that 2.5%
assessment or increase that can be added to the baseline taxes, right? So new growth is great. The town works very hard to strategically plan for the future, and the town has been wonderful. The folks in town have been wonderful with supporting those projects and those budgets going forward to add in sewer districts and approve, bringing Avalon in and housing and things like that, right? So that it's all part of a big puzzle that fits together. And again, that local revenue growth is the main driver and main constraint in our budget. We get very little in federal funding. Most of it's grant-based. It's fairly negligible in the grand scheme of our budget. And then, as mentioned, our state aid does not increase at the same rate our local aid does. And then none of that increases at the same rate of our real expenses, which is the primary driver, our cost of living increases, step and wage increases, and then all of those services that we need to provide, as Dr. Cabral detailed, are increasing at much higher than 2.5% or 3%. So again, just hammering on, think about where you can go in a year with most of your budget being constrained to 2.5%. It's tough. And so those are the conversations that we have when we're negotiating, and it's a lot of number crunching, working through, and what if we shift this here and add that there, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, the goal is to get you all compensated as fairly and attractively as we can. We want to draw high-quality educators to Easton. We want to retain the high-quality educators that we have. But at the end of the day, we're constrained long-term, year after year after year, in our budget in a very, very big, meaningful way.
I just wanted to add that, in reflecting here, I've been the superintendent here for 11 years and been presenting budgets with the executive team and the cabinet, and we've never had this kind of an issue. So I would like to think that is because people have been very happy with our advocacy, with the limited resources that we have. And so I'm hoping you will reflect on that and understand that we have been here just to serve you, and that's what we're doing. We hear that you disagree about a position. A position is not going to provide higher raises. That's not mathematical. No, hold on. I didn't say that's what you were worried about. Jen was just talking about our efforts to get you more raises, because that's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to do. I never said you guys are trying to do that. We are trying to do that because we believe it's necessary and important. That was my point. We are trying to do that by raising revenue. That is what I am saying. I had said nothing about anybody else saying that, so I want to be really clear that is not the intention.
I think, Lauren, you had a comment just really quickly. So on May 6th, a couple of us are going to the State House for the Massachusetts Association of School Committees meeting, where we meet with our legislators and lobby to them about our funding and fight for all of you in our town and the money that the state gives our community, and all the communities in Massachusetts are fighting the same battle. But I welcome any of you to write to us, call us, write something up, and I'm happy to read it to our state and local legislators, and so they can hear from everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Lauren. Okay. Next up on the list of the folks who have signed up to speak is Crystal Parento. So if you'd like to go to the microphone, Crystal.
I'll email stuff. Crystal Parento, 42 Kennedy Circle. A question first and then comments. So who in fact is in charge of making the decision about whether or not we would hire a vice principal? I understand that's not the point of this meeting, but who has the final say of that?
That is the leadership team of the district.
I'm sorry, can you clarify? Because it's got to be one person.
Well, we work on it collaboratively. I have
Who has
never.
the final say?
I have the final say. I can't remember ever putting something forward, ever, but they can correct me if I'm wrong, that wasn't advocated for by the team.
Okay, so I think just so you understand, because you've made some comments, I think the reason why this has turned into this kind of meeting is the only power we have over this is your budget. So, I mean, I think that's why it got brought up here. But now to my speech that I made, which I'm going to go off the cuff here a little bit. Dr. Cabral, Mrs. Pruitt, and school committee members, I'm here tonight to tell you why adding another vice principal to EMS is not what the school needs. This Massachusetts discipline law is found within the 2022 Act entitled An Act Addressing Barriers to Care for Mental Health. I want you to pay attention to the words mental health, because that is the crux of what I would like to talk to you about today. My understanding, I've done lots of research on this. Anybody who's had a meeting, an IEP meeting with me, a discipline meeting, has probably heard me talk about this. The goal, my understanding of this law, is to improve the mental health of students and also to put a stop to discrimination towards high-need students who disproportionately receive exclusionary discipline. And I will tell you, this is seen in EMS. You heard one of the statistics of 31 of the 46 students who received exclusionary discipline at EMS were identified as high needs. That does include disabilities, but you're right, it does include other factors. But it's those students that fall in this category that have social emotional needs that are far greater than your average student. And social emotional needs are best met by those trained in mental health. Now I'm going to talk about my son.
Can I just, you have a First Amendment free speech right.
Yes, I do.
To speak to topics. So if it's budget related, I urge anybody who is speaking about an individual to be very mindful of the fact that this is recorded.
I know that.
This is minuted. This is broadcast.
Yep, I absolutely know that. And I also asked my son's permission. And as I walked out the door, he said, "Good luck, Mom," and he gave me a big hug. I will speak about my child in broad terms. He has struggled throughout his entire school time. He has anxiety, and if you know anything about anxiety, it has a huge flight or fight response. His is, over the years, been very high. And there's many teachers in this room who have helped him get through the hiding under tables and fleeing the school and assaults. They have helped him get through, and it's really been those who are mental health focused and the adjustment counselors who have helped him get through those times. It has never been administration. In fact, administration has been harmful in some times, and I don't blame them. I often say they don't know what they don't know. And when it comes to mental health, they're not trained in that. They don't know that. I'm going to get back to my speech now. So, I will say that he has also greatly improved because of the work of the teachers in this district and the paras and the adjustment counselors, greatly improved. But this year in particular has been tough. And it's a multifaceted issue. I don't fully blame anybody, or there's so many things going on with a middle schooler, right? But I will tell you that administration has not heeded to the things that I have said about how what they are doing and how they are running their school is problematic for people like my son. So I will say that in middle school, he has gotten far more punitive consequences, which is why it's great that this law is coming into play. He's probably, I didn't have time to look, but he's probably suffered exclusionary disciplines at over 10 times at EMS. And he describes those as very depressing, which is no surprise to me because he himself, his mental health has really deteriorated over the time that he's been at EMS. And luckily, the mental health staff at EMS have helped him get through it. But it has been really, really difficult. And it's the same story that I've heard from several other parents. And for the sake of time, I thank everybody who is probably listening online who sent me comments about their experience that I would like to share all of them, but there's just not time, and I want to be respectful of that, but I'm going to read a few.
I'm sorry. I'm
not allowed to do that?
Yeah, it really, you cannot speak on behalf of another person's child's experiences.
Even if they're anonymous?
Yes, there's too much risk of identifying information. I'm sorry. I just want to be very mindful of people's right to privacy and the fact that this meeting, again, is recorded and broadcast.
I respect that. So if you sent me a comment, you might want to consider sending that to the superintendent so she has that information. So I will tell you mine. So one little story for me is that in February, my son received his 4th or 5th exclusionary discipline of the year. I don't remember what the exact count was. I asked Ms. Santos to reconsider this because I believe the infraction was due to his disability and because his mental health was at an all-time low. It was a heated conversation. I also told her about the new discipline law. And she was very aware.
I'm sorry. I need to pause. We have to keep this focused on the budget, the information about hearings. We cannot discuss specific personnel outside of, especially all of our personnel are subject to contracts. They have protections, and we just cannot discuss individual personnel.
Yeah, just to be clear, personnel issues are not the purview of the school committee, but in addition to that, I would never, ever, ever support, no, I'm not saying you have malintent, but I would never support someone at a town meeting or a public meeting speak about any member in this room by name. I would not do that. And I think you should expect that of me. There's a method for that. I have never received
This is not a complaint about her. This is to show that she is not a mental health professional.
That's not, anybody here would not like you speaking about them in a public meeting. You absolutely can call me and speak to me. You did not ever do that.
Okay.
So please do, because I would love to hear you, but that would not be appropriate, and none of these people would want me to allow that for them.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I went over to her and talked to her about this beforehand because I told her I believe in her. I do. I will not. So am I allowed to say administrators, and I won't read this story?
Yes, yes. I think if you want to speak broadly about your, it's tough.
I understand. So
there's a process. You're not being shut down. You just need to use the process that we would for any staff.
I don't feel that way. The reason I'm bringing this up is to prove a point about how any vice principal really is ill-equipped to provide what our students and students like my son need. But I will abstain from telling the anecdote because you make a valid point. I don't want to come across as I am trash talking her because I don't want to do that. That's not respectful. So I appreciate you bringing that up, and I won't say anything more about this specific incident. Okay, so my concern is that the administration, in the way that they have dealt with my son, It has not been one that is positive to social, emotional needs of a child that has a disability or high needs. And I would be concerned about bringing another administrator into that group because they already aren't able to handle the needs that this law is talking about, the real crux of it. So now some data to back up what I'm saying.
Okay, so do you want, I did let other people speak for longer than the 2 to 3 minutes.
You've got to
but
let
please,
me say this.
Please, I just want to be mindful of time.
This is all I have left.
Thank you.
This is all I have left.
Okay, please continue then.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the U.S. Department of Education says an essential component of creating nurturing educational environments for children includes dramatically expanding the number of social workers, school counselors, school nurses, and school psychologists available to support students. The U.S. Department of Education also says that many teachers often list challenges related to managing and supporting student behavior as reasons for leaving the profession. Educators should have access to ongoing job-embedded professional development, coaching, and consultation, and here's the important part, with specialized instructional support personnel. Now, so the specialized instructional support personnel is defined by the U.S. Department of Education as school counselors, school social workers, and school psychologists, and other qualified personnel involved in providing assessment, diagnosis, counseling, educational, therapeutic, and other necessary services. The gist is the Department of Education is saying that the people that should be dealing with these behavioral issues are mental health people. The last piece is I did as quickly as I could my own research on what I believe were comparable schools. I had to do it quickly. I don't know if it's accurate. I know that you can't look at it now, but for those who are listening, so I looked at some information about schools like us, the number of exclusions they had versus the number of mental health professionals they had versus the number of administrators that they have. And you will find, and I hate that I have to say this so quickly, but I'll give the high points here. You will find that the school that had the highest number of one of the highest numbers of exclusions, which was 78, had 4 administrators and only 3 mental health professionals. Obviously, I might have made some errors in this, but it gives you an idea. And then the school that had the lowest number of exclusions, which was 8, had only 2 administrators, and they had 11 mental health professionals. I encourage you to not look at how many administrators other schools like us have. Look at what other schools are doing that are being effective in meeting the demands of these laws and really, honestly, helping these kids in the way that they need. Look and see what they are doing, and I think that you will find that those that have more mental health staff are more effective. In closing, there's something I say with my kids. What's a mistake? An opportunity to take. Okay, I'm not allowed to say administrators of EMS. I think that you are making a mistake. I love the idea of adding more people to help with this, but I think you are making a mistake about what that position needs to be. Take this as an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I just want to point out the only power people have is not the budget. We are open to anyone at any time, all the time. I've never turned anyone away or not taken a phone call or met with people, ever, never. We are not, I don't know why this is becoming an AP versus school adjustment counselor conversation. That isn't what this is. We are not, I'm trying to be really clear that this is a budget discussion for a bottom line budget, but positions are fluid. We can get both. We don't even know. We could find we do one and not the other. No one here is disagreeing with that, so I appreciate your passion, but nobody's saying it's one or the other. It's a $50 million budget. One position is it's less than 0.3% of the budget. We have things we can do. We have an opioid grant that's coming that is specifically for mental health. We have never said mental health is not important. If you go back and look at our budget, we have added mental health every single year. I think we're misunderstanding the point of this. No one is saying it's one or the other and we're not working on mental health. Not one person is saying that. Not one person is saying school adjustment counselors aren't effective. We have been adding them. We are still trying to add them. We added one mid-year this year, or we have a position and it's in the budget, but Mr. Getchell's trying to hire the person. That happens. It is possible that happens. That is not how $50 million budgets work, where one position means you can't do something else. I'm just trying to be clear about that. Whatever happens tonight, it is not one position instead of another. That's not how budgets function. So the passion is fantastic, but nobody's fighting you here. No one here is fighting you. We're taking your input and saying we can still talk about it. I said it could happen all the way up until next school year. Nobody's arguing that. There is no disagreement about the importance of mental health. I'm simply saying we are presented with information that comes from you to admin, to us, and that's how we made our proposal. If there's different information, we want to know that. No one is disagreeing. We're simply trying to explain why an assistant principal was put forward as a proposal so that people who might not understand. It's totally fine to disagree. If it doesn't go on, it doesn't go on. That is not what they're voting on. That is nobody's shutting you down. The conversation can continue. This is not like your last chance. That is not what we're doing. So I want to make sure people understand that, because you shouldn't leave tonight and that's the end of it. You should continue to be involved. We've only tried to involve staff members, and we only know what we know. I'm very happy you're here, but we've been working on the budget since January, and having conversations all along would be great. I schedule a staff budget meeting every year, and I get like 7 people. I want you to come. I want this conversation to be very robust and to happen all the time. No, not one person, and certainly not I, am saying that. That isn't what the message is here. And I understand the data about IEPs, but not every IEP is a mental health issue. And we're not saying our kids, we're not blaming our kids, and we're not blaming our staff. We're just trying the best we can to serve you and our kids and make proposals that we think will work. And if you disagree, you let us know. That's all.
Thank you. Next up on the sign-up list is Chris Aker. So Chris, if you're still here, great.
Hi, Chris Aker, 34 Pine Street, Easton. You guys aren't going to like me right now, just so you know. At some point last year, it was my first year back as the school resource officer. I was a school resource officer, then I wasn't, now I am again. Anyway, the discipline issues at the high school and the middle school are not that different. The high school has 2 assistant principals and a principal. The middle school has an assistant principal and a principal. When I have to get involved and work with these people, it's very different when I'm at the high school than when I'm at the middle school. And that's because there are two of them. When one of them is out, the other one fills in. And they backfill, they talk to each other, they talk to me. When the assistant principal or the principal is out at the middle school, who is there to fall back on? There's nobody. And I can tell you, from my perspective as a police officer and dealing with the two groups of people I work with the most in all of the schools are the counselors and the administrators. I understand the value of both sets of people. And oftentimes, I'm working with both when it's a discipline issue, because sometimes the discipline, you have to talk to the counselor, right? So I'm not an educator, I'm not a teacher, I'm a cop, right? I work with the kids, I try to help the kids. And the way I help the kids is by working with administrators and counselors. I'm telling you, in my opinion, there does need to be another administrator at the middle school because it'll make life easier to deal with. That's just my opinion, okay? Also, to get to the budget, Dr. Cabral was right. It's like 0.02% or something of the budget would be that one position. And as a taxpayer, that's not a reason to vote against a budget. Thank you.
So I also want to, Mr. Officer Aker is reminding me, I think it's important to remember that I was in this meeting in this room for town meeting and was extremely unpopular with people in town for declining to fund a resource officer so that we could get a school adjustment counselor. So I have endeavored for many years and tried to be a champion of mental health increase in this district for a long time. And I took that hit and I was okay with it because I thought it was the right thing to do. Officer Aker has been extremely helpful now that we've been able to work him into the budget. Extremely helpful. And that is as a resource. He's not here as a law enforcement person. He's a resource officer. And we have had some very serious cases that having him as a liaison has been incredible to our work here. But even that important position, I passed over for a year in favor of mental health professionals because it is so important. I keep saying it is important. It does not mean that any position will be the same at the beginning of the year if they vote for the budget, because it's an overall budget.
I do have one question for Dr. Cabral or Mr. Carroll may be able to answer it. I recall at one point, RO and EMS shared a single adjustment counselor several years ago. How many are at each school now?
Richardson Olmsted has a position for 3. Mr. Getchell has been trying to hire one, but we require 2 licenses, and so he's working on that. And the middle school has 2.5.
Thank you. So it was only a few years ago that we had half of an adjustment counselor going back and forth between the schools. So I just wanted to point that out to demonstrate that this has been a priority in the budget, and we have been consistently adding positions to support our students' growing mental health needs and to support our staff's development and mentorship and coaching, and to have them as a resource for all of you as well. So that is not something that we have been ignoring by any means. We have been adding to each of the schools as they come up through the budget and are identified by administrators through this overall process as a priority to be hiring. And all right, so we have one more person on the sign-up sheet, and then we will close out public comment, and this is Matt Auger.
Hi, everybody. Matt Auger, 5 Brookside Circle. I'll be quick. First of all, as the history person, I love the civic engagement here tonight. So thank you. I wanted to really quickly talk about long-term budget thing, because I know that that's what we're talking about here is budget. And so I just want to say, you know, I've been here for 18 years. My kids are 08 class of 2035 and 2036. So needless to say, I am invested. We're in a fiscal situation that a lot of districts across the Commonwealth are in. Revenue is a problem. I think everybody in this room understands that and agrees with that. We've seen presentations on it. We understand. But what adding an assistant principal is a spending issue, and it's creating a permanent position that will be there. And if you look at the history of the district, to put it in context, if you look at how top-heavy we've become, by adding additional administrative positions, now we're looking to add another one. These aren't going away. So it makes us less nimble financially in the future to be able to deal with the fact that there's no money coming. I don't think there's this big parachute of money being dropped. And maybe we get an operational override someday, maybe we don't. But adding another admin position, when it's clear, when you talk to people at the middle school, it's not necessary, it doesn't make any sense. All right, so it makes us more top-heavy. And then just one last piece for context. I know the middle school, right, was built for 2 assistant principals. For context, the high school was built for 2 assistant principals and a dean of students. But I don't think we're getting that, nor do I think we should. But just because the physical infrastructure was built a certain way, I don't think that means we hire a position for it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing us back to the long-term budget. That definitely is the issue, and that is what we're trying to work on to help the public understand. I will just say that I'm not minimizing this discussion by any means because it needs to continue, as I've said many times. But having the kind of conversation as though administration is not listening. This is a public meeting, the public is watching. And when you're looking to increase revenue, you may be giving the impression that we are unable to manage the budget appropriately. And in a $50 million budget, if your contention for however many hours we've been here is one position, I don't think that's what you're saying. And I think it's really important for you to consider that because we're working really hard to help the public understand that we're doing everything we can. And we're bringing forward a budget, and we're talking about one position, which isn't even definite, in $50 million budget, gives an impression there's mismanagement, we don't listen to staff, we are spending money recklessly, we are divided. And we should not be divided because we are trying to listen to you. And we are trying to explain this revenue issue to you and ask for your participation in that. So I would like to just try to provide some perspective, and I hope I'm right in saying this, but you can visit me and tell me if I'm wrong. But in managing $50 million, if you're talking for 3 hours about one position that's not definite, I think you're saying we're doing a pretty good job. I hope that's true, and if it's not, I welcome you to come and see us in terms of managing the finances of the district.
Thank you. Okay, so school committee members, does anybody feel strongly that they have any final comments or questions before we move this for a vote? Hearing none, I just want to make sure. Jackie, did I miss anybody?
Sorry, Jen, are you addressing any of the questions that are in the chat on Zoom?
No, just folks in person.
Okay, thank you.
And that's because we don't have it, first of all, but second of all, it's a school committee policy, and it was read at the beginning of the meeting, so they can't change it mid-meeting. That's an open meeting violation. That's not just a choice.
Okay, anything else from school committee members? Okay, go ahead.
I do appreciate actually having an audience. It doesn't very much happen. On my behalf, I hear you. We are not voting on the position. We are voting on whether or not we can increase budget so that the administration can take all of your feedback, all of your input, and make a decision from there. So I hear you. I acknowledge everything you said. My decision has to remain around what the budget is. And my ask to administration is to hear, absorb, receive the feedback, and determine what to do next, because obviously the middle school kids are struggling and need some help. So with that, I will make my decision from there on the budget only. But thank you all for coming and speaking to us today.
Okay, all right.
Can I just say one more thing?
Sure, Jackie, go ahead.
So thank you, Kelly, for what you just said. And not related to the budget discussion, but I do look forward to continuing the discussion about how to address the discipline issues at the middle school, improve the culture, and ways to build relationships with the students so they feel safe coming to school. So thank you for everyone who spoke tonight and who has contacted us over the past couple of weeks. We really appreciate all of your feedback.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay, so with that, you know what? I actually don't have. Can you pull up the number just so that we can the total budget number? I don't. Okay. Alrighty. So we'll get the total budget number from Andrea so that we can work that into our vote.
So I have $49,648,315.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, would somebody like to make a motion to accept the proposed budget of $49,648,350? Sorry, I didn't. It's a long night. No, $49,648,315. Okay. And can I get a second? Thank you, Jackie. So that was Wiseman second. And roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes, with hope that the discussion continues.
Jackie?
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes.
Loomis, yes, but also that the discussion continues.
Percio, yes. I also thank you all for your voice and hope the discussion continues.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for coming, for staying, for listening, for providing your feedback. As mentioned many times, this conversation can and should continue. So we look forward to this continuing as a conversation. We hope you stick around for the rest of the night. We do have quite a few other items on the agenda. So with that, we will move on to the schedule of payments. Very exciting.
May I request a tiny break, at least for myself?
Oh, sure. So I'm hearing a motion for a brief recess?
Like a 5-minute, yes.
Okay, so...
So moved.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion?
Motion for a 5-minute break for the school committee.
So that's a motion for a 5-minute meeting recess. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. And roll call vote?
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes.
Loomis, yes.
Percio, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So next item on the agenda, as mentioned before the quick break, is the schedule of payments. So since the school committee last met in early April, we have approved the following warrants: 070S, 071S, 074S, 076S, 077S, 078S, 079S, and 080S. Okay, and then next up, we have our student representative to the school committee update, and kudos to our intrepid school committee representative, Marvel Nemmer, for hanging in for the entire budget discussion. Unfortunately, she did have to exit the meeting, but did share her update for me to relay on her behalf. Yes.
Okay, what do you want me to hold?
Maybe the phone.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so the students of EPS have been working diligently and tirelessly, both academically and in extracurriculars. All of our Ames updates, let's see. So far, spring sports are underway across all of OA. The Spring Pops Night is this Friday starting at 6 p.m., which will begin this time with a reverse order for those who are familiar with the Pops concert's typical order. The jazz bands will go first. They typically close out the night and then move on to, I believe it's orchestra next, and then the show choirs will finish up. And that includes both the OA and middle school extracurricular bands and performance groups. The OA chapters of Best Buddies and National Honor Society are hosting a walk of inclusion around Moscato Stadium this Sunday from 10 to 12. More details are on each respective group's social media platforms. The Tri-M Music Honor Society is hosting a recital on April 30th where various students groups will be performing challenging and entertaining pieces. More information is on the EPS website. And tomorrow is the senior class's Day of Kindness. At Richardson Olmsted, the Oliver Ames Student Council went to the upper elementary school to teach their 4 pillars and help encourage students to challenge themselves. They not only discussed the pillars of Student Council, which is service, inclusion, and spirit, but they gave advice and told the students about their lifestyle at Oliver Ames. And all grades 3rd through 5th, the students and teachers enjoyed that presentation. At Blanche Ames, through various creative activities and learning opportunities, the students at Blanche Ames are enjoying their time at school, especially as the school year comes close to the end. And at the middle school, the students and teachers of the music department have been diligently preparing for the upcoming Pops concert, which is again Friday at 6 p.m. Through their late practices and tremendous efforts, the students and faculty have prepared a great concert for Friday. And EMS Best Buddies, with collaboration from Oliver Ames Best Buddies, will be hosting the Special Olympics this Friday morning, and we'll talk more about that in our school committee notes. So lots of great things happening at all of our schools, and we thank you, Marvel, for compiling all of that information from the others on the Student Advisory Council. Okay. Next up, we have some retirements. So, Dr. Cabral.
Thank you. The first retirement that we would like to announce this evening is Christina Moynihan. She began her career in Easton Public Schools in 2007 as a library resource aide at Monroe Hall. In 2011, she transferred to Richardson Olmsted in the same position. In 2016, she transferred from RO to Parkview in the same position. In 2019, she moved from Parkview to RO as the Student Services Secretary. She announced she'll retire June 20th after 17 years of service in the district. I will say that it has been a pleasure working with Chris, watching her flourish in every single one of these positions. You can imagine the wealth of experience and knowledge of somebody who's been in all of those different schools and can see so many different processes and procedures. And she's consistently moved forward in the district. And so we're really sorry to see her go, but as always, wish her very well in her retirement because we're happy for her and everything that awaits her in her retirement. So congratulations to Chris.
Okay, so I will, go ahead. Yep. Thank you. So I'll read her letter. Dear Chris Getchell, Superintendent Cabral, and the Easton School Committee, please accept this letter as an official notification of my retirement. I will be retiring at the end of this school year. June 20th, 2024 will be my official last working day. I have thoroughly enjoyed my 16-plus years working in the Easton Public Schools, first as a librarian at Monroe Hall, where my own 4 children learned to love school, and then at both Olmsted and Parkview. As I finish my time here at Richardson Olmsted, I'm thankful for the many friendships that have been made while working here in Easton. As I head into this next phase of my life, I'm excited to spend more time traveling and visiting my now grown children. Until then, I'm happy to assist my replacement in transitioning to this position. With gratitude, Christina Moynihan. Okay. So do any school committee members would like to say anything?
Chris is awesome. I had, I think, one or two of her kids, but she's just a light, and I remember her at the library at Parkview. She's amazing. So good luck, Christine. You are going to love retirement.
I've also known her quite a long time. She's amazing. Her kids and my kids grew up together, but on top of that, she was always the kind soul to my son who forever lost a library book. So thank you for all of your years of service. We greatly appreciate it, and I wish you the best of luck in retirement.
And Jackie, anything? No, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I will take a motion then to approve the retirement of Christina Moynihan, with regret. Would somebody like to make that motion?
So moved, DeLuca.
Okay. Can I get a
Percio,
second? Thank you. And roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes.
Loomis, yes.
Percio, yes.
Okay, all right. And next one, Dr. Cabral.
Mr. Gordon O'Connell began his career with Easton Public Schools in 2006 as a business and technology teacher at OA. In 2009, he received professional teaching status, and after 18 years, announces that his retirement will be effective June 12, 2024. You can imagine, or we all know, how much teaching has changed in the last 18 years. You can imagine technology and business, how much that has changed. So there's been a lot of bobbing and weaving along the way, and many changes, and he has been very professional and made those changes and really provided a stellar education to our students. And so once again, we are disappointed to have a professional and a colleague leave, but we wish him very, very well in his well-deserved retirement.
Dear Principal Kavanaugh, I am submitting this letter as formal notification of my upcoming retirement. My last day at Oliver Ames High School will be June 12th, 2024. I am deeply thankful for the opportunity to be part of the Oliver Ames community for the past 18 years. This chapter of my teaching career has been deeply satisfying, and I know that I will miss being here. Please let me know how I can help with the transition following my retirement. I will be more than happy to assist in any way I can. Thank you for everything. All the best, Gordon Lee O'Connell. Any comments?
Sure. I didn't know him very, personally, but my students that I work with love him and think the world of him. So congratulations, Mr. O'Connell. You are going to love retirement.
Any other school committee members? Jackie? Thank you. So I also, I don't believe, none of my children had Mr. O'Connell, but he is somebody who my student who is at the school knows of and thinks very highly of. So even for students who have not had him in their class, they know who he is. He has a wonderful presence at the school. And like Dr. Cabral mentioned, I was thinking the exact same thought of, wow, how much that position must have changed and how much growth and development and adaptation it must have taken over the course of the past 18 years to keep all of that curriculum and teaching relevant. So we thank you very much for all of your service. And I also just want to point out that the two letters today ended with an offer to help the transition. And I think that speaks very, very highly of our culture and our staff, that folks who are leaving the district to go off into retirement have made that offer to help smooth the transition. So that just really stood out to me, and I just wanted to point that out, that's a wonderful sentiment and very much appreciated. So thank you for that as well. So with that, would somebody like to make a motion to accept the retirement of Gordon Lee O'Connell with regret?
So moved. DeLuca?
Can I get a second? Roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes.
Loomis, yes.
Percio, yes.
Let's see. So next up, put the glasses on. Easy one. Vote to change the start time of the June 6th, 2024 school committee meeting.
Thank you. So every year, we're really happy and very proud to celebrate our retiring educators. We co-fund and co-sponsor the EEA retirement party, and this year it is scheduled to start at.
It's going to be on Wednesday instead of.
Yes, it has changed. The date changed. There was a venue issue and the date has changed. So the committee had scheduled the start time for June 6th at 6:30 to accommodate that, to make sure that we could attend and honor the staff. But the celebration was moved to Wednesday, June 5th because of a venue issue. Therefore, the school committee can meet at 6 o'clock. And so this is for your consideration of whether you would like to change the start time.
Thank you, Dr. Cabral. Do any school committee members have any comments or concerns about the proposal to move the start date of June 6th meeting back to our regular 6 o'clock start time? Okay, seeing none. All right, would somebody then like to make a motion to approve changing the start time of June 6, 2024 school committee meeting to 6 p.m.?
So moved, Loomis.
And can I get a second?
Percio, second.
Okay, so that was Loomis with the motion and Percio with the second, and roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes.
Loomis, yes. Percio, yes.
All right, next up is the vote to approve the National Teachers Appreciation Day proclamation.
Thank you. This is an annual proclamation that we ask the school committee to read and make public as we celebrate. We refer to it here as Educator Appreciation Week because we believe that in addition to the teachers, the paraprofessionals, all of the support staff, administration, everyone is an educator for our students. And so National Appreciation Week is May 6th to 10th, and National Teacher Day is May 7th. We recognize this every year. We try to recognize staff as frequently as possible, but we want to definitely make a public show of that and encourage the public to make a public show of that during Appreciation Week as well. We've done many initiatives in the past, taking over duties for teachers, trying to provide time for them. Last year, we did something that really received a lot of positive feedback, so we're doing the same thing this year. Grandy's Ice Cream Truck will be on campus Wednesday, May 8th from 11 to 2 for EMS and RO, and Thursday, May 9th from 11 to 2 for OA and Blanche Ames. And we just remind staff to please bring their ID with them, and that will get you your treat, your well-deserved treat. Hopefully it's sunny and nice out so that it can really feel like a summer day. And we want to make sure that everybody knows how much we appreciate and respect the efforts of our educators, and we are asking others to let them know as well. Not just that week, but always. But it's a great opportunity that week. I know everybody's really busy and they have a lot of things going on, but it would be very lovely, very nice. It doesn't have to be a grand gesture. A thank you goes a very long way. And so we're hoping that people will reach out to all educators between May 6th, May 10th, and always throughout the school year. Now you're going to read the proclamation so that we make it formal and we post it in all of the schools.
So the proclamation for National Teacher Day, May 7th, 2024, and National Teacher Appreciation Week, May 6th through 10th, 2024. Whereas teachers open children's minds to the magic of ideas, knowledge, and dreams, and whereas teachers continuously refine their skills to enhance their instructional effectiveness, and whereas teachers work collaboratively with other staff to create effective and safe schools, and whereas teachers are more than instructional leaders, they fill many roles, such as listeners, explorers, role models, caregivers, and mentors who significantly impact the lives of children. And whereas teachers work with parents in the community to support children, and whereas all educators have risen to the occasion during times of crisis to provide academic, social, emotional, and physical support to children and their families. Now, therefore, to honor all teachers and all educators who deserve the utmost respect and adulation for all the contributions they continuously make to Easton Public Schools, Especially during these unprecedented times, the Easton School Committee and the Superintendent of Schools proclaims May 7th, 2024 National Teacher Appreciation Day and May 6th to 10th, 2024 National Teacher Appreciation Week. Okay, any comments or questions from the committee before we move to vote to accept the proclamation?
I wish everybody was here.
I know.
Yeah.
Too bad they left early.
Yes. Okay. All right. So then, would somebody like to make a motion to accept the National Teacher Appreciation Day proclamation?
So moved, Percio.
Second, DeLuca.
Okay. Roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes.
Loomis, yes. Percio, yes.
Great. Okay. And next up is the National Nurse Day proclamation. Dr. Cabral.
Thank you. Very similar to the last proclamation. This is in recognition of our school nurses. Very fortunately, we have come to a time in our country and in our state where we have some very compromised students that are medically fragile and are surviving longer than ever before, thankfully, due to modern medicine. And that makes the job of a school nurse much more complicated, as you can imagine. And so today, May 8th, and every day, we want to make sure that we're drawing attention to the work that they do on a regular basis. Of course, this is during Educator Appreciation Week. As I said earlier, we consider nurses educators. They're all working with our children, and of course, they will be part of the team that's invited to visit Grandy's ice cream truck as well. But there's a proclamation that goes with this.
Okay, so I will read the proclamation for National School Nurse Day. Whereas students are the future, and by investing in them today, we are ensuring our world for tomorrow. And whereas families deserve to feel confident that their children will be cared for when they are at school, and whereas all students have a right to have their physical and mental health needs safely met while in the school setting, and whereas students today face more complex and life-threatening health problems requiring care in school, and whereas school nurses have served a critical role in improving public health and in ensuring students' academic success for more than 120 years, and whereas school nurses address the home and community factors, for example, social determinants, that impact students' health, and whereas school nurses are professional nurses that advance the well-being, academic success, and lifelong achievements of all students by serving students daily and providing a critical safety net for our nation's most fragile children. And whereas school nurses act as a liaison to the school community, families, and healthcare providers on behalf of children's health by promoting wellness and improving health outcomes for our nation's children. And whereas school nurses support the health and educational success of children and youth by providing access to care when children's cognitive development is at its peak. And whereas school nurses are members of school-based teams, for example, school health services, 504 and IEP, disaster and emergency planning, providing care coordination to address the school population, and whereas school nurses understand the link between health and learning and are in a position to make a positive difference for children every day, therefore be it resolved that the Easton Public Schools celebrates and acknowledges the accomplishments of school nurses everywhere and their efforts of meeting the needs of today's students by improving the delivery of healthcare in our schools, and offers gratitude for the nation's school nurses who contribute to our local communities by helping students stay healthy, in school, ready to learn, and keeping parents and guardians at work, not just on this National School Nurse Day, but at every opportunity throughout the year. Now, therefore, the Easton School Committee and the Superintendent of Schools do hereby proclaim Wednesday, May 8th, 2024, National School Nurse Day. Does the committee have any comments or questions? Okay. Would somebody like to make a motion to accept the National School Nurse Day proclamation?
So moved, Percio.
Okay, so that was Jackie with the motion. Can I get a second?
Percio, second.
And Percio with the second. Okay. Roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes.
Loomis, yes. Percio, yes.
Okay, all right. So next up on the schedule is a discussion of the Oliver Ames schedule. Dr. Cabral?
Okay, if you would like to return to the audience.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, it is the schedule. I thought it was the senior event.
If you would like to return to the audience, Principal Kavanaugh is here, and she will be presenting on her proposal regarding the school schedule at Oliver Ames next year.
Thank you all. I appreciate your time once again talking about the schedule for Oliver Ames for the 2025 school year. As I presented to you a few weeks ago, we went through a pretty extensive process. Today, I'm here to share with you the proposed schedule for next year, as well as some information on a potential late start for you to discuss. Correct, Dr. Paul? Yeah, okay. So, if you go to the next slide, Ms. Pruitt, I appreciate it. Oh, here I go. All right, I still got energy, guys, even at 10:30. Okay, so let me share with you a little bit about what's happened since I last spoke with you, which was that I met with the scheduling committee members to review the different schedules that we reviewed, and particularly those different areas that they recommended. So we talked about different types of schedule rotations, how many classes would drop per day, and implementing a flex block. This is actually out of order. That was done after I got some more faculty and staff feedback and then feedback from students and parents. Then I released this proposed schedule to the faculty and staff to get their feedback. Now I'm sharing this with you, and I will distribute it to students and parents after sharing it here at school committee, where most of you, if you're still watching, will be able to see. What you're going to see in this proposed schedule is that it's very similar to our current schedule, but it adds a few of the key components that we felt like were essential to supporting our students, especially those in terms of enrichment and intervention, by building in flexible learning time. The other thing you're going to see is that there's some changes to our advisory. Now, for people who live, I'm going to share this proposed schedule to you. I want to kind of name for people who live our schedule every day, this looks very familiar. To someone who's never lived a 7-day rotation block, this is very confusing. So let me click on the proposed schedule and share with you what we're looking at. Okay, so this is very similar to what you saw from me. I have to reduce the size, let's see, of our current schedule. It's 7 blocks a day and 1 block drops every day. And that came from feedback from particularly faculty about the concern of jumping to dropping 2 blocks a day, which was one of the recommendations, without a little bit more time to assess the curriculum and look at how they would make those adjustments from meeting, let's say, 160 times a year down to 130 times a year. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And I just kind of want to name that one of the things that came out of a lot of these conversations is all of these ideas that came up with our scheduling committee were outstanding. And in order to effectively assess the impact of the changes that we make, to change too much at one time presents too many variables for that data to really demonstrate to us the true impact on students. So what we've basically done is taken our current schedule, but every other day, days 2, 4, and 6, now have shortened blocks. So the classes are meeting for 49 minutes, and we've added what we're calling H block. And the purpose of H blocks is right now we have A through G, and our intention behind adding flexible learning is that it's going to continue to be a space where they access their curriculum and they access intervention and enrichment. I want students to see it as an additional block. The difference is that they get voice and choice about how they're spending their time during this block, and they have their advisory teacher to support them in making that decision. And that's the reason why day one has that extended advisory. One of the major things that came out of our surveys is the value that our students and our staff see in advisory. So to extend that advisory on the first day of the cycle and to give students and staff the opportunity to connect one-on-one about how they're going to spend their H block time, their flex time the rest of the week, and schedule it, helps to build that relationship in a way that we haven't done before. They're looking at their grades, they're looking at what their missing work is, they're talking to students about which teachers they connect with and that they want to see extra help with, and will hopefully then even grow that relationship. So this is the proposed block schedule. I think I want to pause and ask questions on this first, and then, does that sound okay to everybody? Yeah? Okay. And then I'll share about the next portion of this, which is the late start.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. So my question is, correct me if I'm off base and not correct, but I know in particularly in this situation with the middle school, like if someone has to meet with an interventionist, they're missing, say, band.
Right.
So how can we prevent something like that from happening?
Yeah, that's part of the purpose of flexible learning time, right? So I want to be really clear, and I think I mentioned this at our last meeting, that the flex block time does not replace academic support when students need that. That's a scheduled class for them. However, when we looked at creating priorities of where students are going to spend their time, right? So when we rank, okay, what's most important, those types of services and interventions like reading specialist, speech and language, OT would take place during flex time, so they're no longer pulled from their academic classes or their electives, which is actually often the time that they're pulled from. And a lot of times that's what gets kids to school every day. It's PE, it's Mr. O'Connell's web design class, right? That's why they're walking in the building. Now they don't have to miss those classes. Those will take place during the flexible learning time.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any, so it's not going to be chaos on H block, like you're going to have 1,200 kids running around. Oh, I'm going to go here and I'm going to go here. Well, maybe I'll go halfway here and halfway there. Is there a structure?
There is, actually. And I want to give a shout out to Ms. Ramos and our assistant principal, Mr. Master Giacomo, who have done a ton of work on how we can make sure that students are accounted for. I have saved money in our budget to purchase something called MyFlex Learning. It is a software program where students schedule themselves, and it speaks to Aspen. So when teachers take attendance in MyFlex Learning, it then coincides into our Aspen, which is our student management service. And if a student doesn't show up for Flex Block, it comes up as a class cut. So it's really going to be really accounted for as a class, just like every other block of the day. And that's already been made really clear to students, and we'll continue to send that message. And it's not only in terms of our value in the time and how they spend it, but it's also in terms of the logistical side of it, is how we're marking their attendance and how we know where they're supposed to be.
So they go to Aspen, they sign up. Once some certain class is full, then they have to choose another place to go.
They do. So there'll be a certain allot. Every teacher will have a certain number of spots every block, and you sign up. Now, the nice thing about this program is that if a student really wants to see a teacher, they can talk to them in advance, and that teacher can lock them in so they can't be moved out. The flip side, if a teacher really needs to see a student and is concerned that when day one flex time comes, they're going to pick going to play nitro ball in the gym instead of going to make up their test, the teacher can lock them in and they can't change where their placement is, and they can write a reason why they're locked in. So we're really communicating well with the students about the reason that we're scheduling them, and students can then communicate with teachers for the reason why they're coming to see them. I'm coming because I'm struggling with this math concept. I'm coming because I need help with my essay. So that software is a key part of making this successful, and that was probably the number one piece of feedback from the scheduling committee, is the need for something that helps with that communication. How dynamic is it? So you go into extended advisory, you feel great, all's good, that night, you get feedback on an essay, panic attack ensues, you really want to make sure that you can get time with that teacher. Can that be updated and revised as the needs change over that 7-day cycle?
It can, yeah. So so the way we've scheduled the H block guidelines, which all the faculty have looked at and we've run with My Flex Learning, is that it actually is always open except for like the hour before that flex block time. So you can't change yourself right before. But like you said, you're absent on day 3 and you want to make up something on day 4, as long as you're not locked in, you can go in and change. And if you're locked in, you can send a request through My Flex Learning to your teacher to unlock you because something of a higher priority came up for you.
And if there's no burning items for a student to work on, do they remain in advisory and work on projects and things that are kind of on their plate to be able to have that time for
they have different
homework,
options,
et cetera?
exactly. So their advisory is a great place because it's a safe space for them. Hopefully that's the whole purpose of the advisory. But the library will also be open, as well as the counseling departments. So if you're a junior and you want to start talking college, you can sign up with your counselor as well if you don't have pressing schoolwork to get done.
And this counts as time on learning?
It does, yeah.
Wonderful.
I have a question. Well, I have a series of questions that I think will probably echo if anybody's watching from home as well. So I want to make sure I'm digesting this correctly. All right. So if I'm reading this right, on days 3, 5, and 7, the times will align for each block will align with what is in the first column on the far left that's labeled advisory. Okay. And then on day 1 of the cycle, which is the extended advisory, blocks A, B, and C will be those times that are in parentheses on those days. So those blocks times will be modified slightly to accommodate the longer advisory period.
Correct.
Okay, and then on days 2, 4, and 6, where H block is in place, the H block, the times will correspond with the H block column, which is the second column from the left on the chart that we're looking at.
Correct.
All right.
I would say if I were to name the one, I guess, con of the schedule is there's 2 bell schedules. And so that is something we've considered in order, and I've talked with many faculty members about this. I went around to every floor during the lunchroom to get this feedback. In order to change it, the H block days, the class times would all differ, and the majority of the teachers in the school valued the class times all being 49 minutes rather than some being 45 and some being 49. However, this is flexible. We could change that, and it wouldn't affect any MOA if we get through a certain amount of time with this schedule and we're like, wow, the 2 bell schedules are confusing us. Let's adjust the class times. We could look at that.
Okay, great. And I'm seeing that the schedule still does retain on the days that follow the advisory schedule some of those class periods that are longer, 50, 65 minutes,
Correct.
et cetera, which allow teachers the flexibility to schedule longer tests or project work, et cetera, work that into their rotation every rotation.
Those squares that are highlighted in yellow are the long blocks. Another thing just to note is those blocks that are, the sections that are blocked out when G and A are together. That's going to be that internship class I shared with you, which we got good enrollment numbers for. I'm very excited. But the students will be out at their internships in the mornings on day 2, 3, 4, and in the afternoon on day 6. So those will be their options when they get their internships of the times that they'll be able to go, which are some pretty significant blocks of time that they can be out of the building.
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other? Jackie, anything right now?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any feedback that we should be aware of from faculty or students regarding this? Any concerns that they voiced? Or parents? Sorry, I'll have
Yeah.
one.
Well, when I met with parents, the majority of questions from parents were about how that flexible learning time is going to be used. And there were some questions around the logistics of the late start that I presented, and what that would look like in terms of bus schedules. In terms of feedback, I sent a feedback form out to parents, and it was kind of the same sentiment that was expressed in the feedback form. It's just making sure that it's really clear about what flexible learning time is used for. And there were some questions around the late start and whether or not the challenge of having a child who takes the bus during a late start morning.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Wait a minute. From an accessibility standpoint and an equity standpoint, this allows all of our students to meet each of their needs. And I know that Kelly, along with her group of staff who were on the committee, spent a lot of time on this. And this is going to make such great proactive changes because she had the time to do so.
Thank you very much for the... okay, so I'm going to switch back to my schedule slide if there's no more questions about that. And this is, the next piece is about the late start. I've spent a lot of time thinking about this and talking with other principals about this as well as our faculty. So I would like to make a proposal for you to discuss of adding 10 late start days for teacher professional development, not professional development, learning communities and common planning time within our yearly schedule throughout the whole year. On a late start day, classes will start at 8:55. However, schools will be open per usual, so buses will run at the current times, and students will have access to the cafeteria and the library before classes start. Those will be monitored by paraprofessionals and then other support staff that we have in the building, like our hall monitor. The dates would be selected once MCASs are released because I want to avoid MCAS days, but I want it to be consistent and clear for parents so it's not confusing. I'm hoping for a consistent date like the second Wednesday of every month. I wouldn't have one in June because it's the end of the year. And then one additional day during a month without vacations, preferably either right after mid-years or middle of October when that common assessment data is really important for planning, teaching, and learning. The survey data from both students and staff indicate the benefits of a late start built into our calendar, and adding these 10 days will still meet our time on learning with this current schedule. We have 1,018 hours, and DESE requires 990. So we have enough time to add it. I want to give you a little bit of additional information because I did do some research on this, and I just really want to share and make sure that our community understands how important it is that our teachers have time to collaborate and the challenges that we face at the high school level in order to find that time during the school day. So I want to state that I've witnessed firsthand the incredible dedication and passion our teachers bring to work each day. But I'm also aware of the challenges they face in meeting the diverse needs of our student body while juggling numerous responsibilities and teaching students who post-COVID are presenting with new and unique challenges we haven't seen in the past. So given the diverse course offerings we give our students to give them the opportunity to explore their interests, the inevitable scheduling that high schools need to create in order to offer all of these courses is nearly impossible to find common planning time during the day that's effective and appropriate within a block schedule, unlike at an elementary or middle school level where they can often find times for their teams to meet or their common grade levels. This common prep time is essential for collaboration and data review. So by providing structured time for teachers to collaborate, share best practices, compare student work to inform and adjust lesson plans, and engage in data-driven decision-making, we create a culture of continuous improvement directly benefiting our students. And we also provide time for interdisciplinary work, which is really challenging now. For example, having teachers who teach common levels, collaborate on projects. Right now, we work really hard to have that happen. So I can give you an example. Our engineering students use the 3D printers to design models that the cooking students made chocolate for, right? Those things are really hard to do during the school day. And that's a very, I don't want to say simple because it's a very complex to do that, but that's one of many ways that we can look at interdisciplinary work in our building when the time's allotted. So research has consistently demonstrated the transformative impact that common planning time and professional learning committees can have on student achievement. In my research throughout my years as a leader, I've read current books and articles and research written even prior to 2000 that provide consistent peer-reviewed data on the impacts of professional learning committees and common planning time can have on student achievement. A study in the Journal of Educational Research found that students with strong PLCs significantly outperformed their counterparts in student learning outcomes and highlighted the importance of collaboration in driving academic success. Also, as noted in a January 2023 article, more recent, in the National Council on Teacher Quality, a significant portion of teacher stress stems from the pressure to support students and catching up, especially in these times. Surveys indicate that teachers see increased planning and collaboration time as crucial for not only their well-being, but their effectiveness as educators. It also states that notably, it's more common in our country to see elementary teachers having collaborative time being able to build into their schedule than secondary teachers due to the constraints of high school scheduling. Furthermore, a meta-analysis conducted by the Learning Policy Institute concluded that schools with structured time for teacher collaboration and professional development experience higher levels of student achievement across various subjects levels and grade levels. Common planning time allows educators to align curriculum, develop interdisciplinary projects, use evidence-based instruction, and enhance the quality of teaching and learning in the classroom. Moreover, common planning time leads to more equitable access to the curriculum and advanced course offerings, ensuring that all students have an opportunity to thrive. As a principal, I'm deeply committed to fostering an inclusive environment where students feel valued and supported. I've also tasked all of our departments with ensuring that we have equitable grading processes across all courses and that we have common assessments and common benchmarks throughout the year in each of our courses to provide teachers with the essential feedback of all of our students' abilities to meet the needs of the concepts and skills the standards require us to, and to make sure that regardless of who your teacher is, you're meeting the standards in these common assessments, and we're making adjustments to our practices if you're not. Without collaborative planning time, I'm not sure how these teachers are going to really fully effectively implement these in place and ensure that we're looking at the data of our student achievement to help further increase opportunities for all students in our building. Okay. I really would like to urge you to consider this proposal. I want to acknowledge to families out there who are listening that I know that for many students who need to take the bus, this can feel like an inequity. I want to promise you that we will create spaces for you in the school when you arrive at school to get schoolwork done and feel like this time is meaningful to you. I also want to let families know that in adding this late start, which would be 10 days, the added benefit to your students' learning experience by giving teacher collaborative planning time will way outweigh the 10 hours of teaching and learning that they would miss. And that I want to assure you that our Auditorium staff will use this time effectively, and that we will make sure that we are spending this time to review student work and our data in order to make sure that our students are not only meeting the curriculum, but the foundational transfer goals that we as a district have named are essential for them to have in order to be successful outside of high school. All right, that's it. So I want to open it up for questions about the late start, and that's the last piece of this presentation on the schedule.
There we go. Okay. Alrighty. So I do have some comments, but I can hold off. I want to see if any school committee members have any questions or comments. And Jackie, I'll turn to you first. Do you have anything?
No, I think most of them were answered in the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So Nancy, Kelly, or Lauren?
I feel like I have questions, but I don't know what to ask, so I'm just going to pass right now.
Okay. So I think with the late start, I am in favor of it. And I think because it speaks to, as a school committee, our number one goal and measure is student achievement. So I appreciate that the district leadership team as a whole, and Mrs. Kavanaugh in particular, and her team at Oliver Ames have spent a lot of time, probably most of the time that you've been here, looking at the schedule. We had a schedule audit. The audit
resulted in some reports. The school improvement plans have addressed or identified needs that we have issues with equitable access to the best of what Oliver Ames has to offer. So for some of our students, high school is incredible, and they get to take the electives that they want and craft a school experience that is educational and enriching and enjoyable and fulfilling, and helps launch them into their next phase. And then we have other students, and the data shows, that don't have that experience. And so I really appreciate that, truly from the day I met you, that's been at the forefront of ensuring that we are really, really meeting the needs of each of our students. And, you know, it's a big school. There are a ton of complexities with scheduling, with electives, with meeting graduation requirements, and then opening up this world of opportunities. And I see the difference just in, you know, I have an 8-year gap between my oldest OA graduates and my youngest, and the experiences, the different experiences that they have had are really, really telling. So my youngest, who's there now, just in the time you've been there and the classes that have been offered and added for the last couple of years, is having a remarkably different education than his older siblings were able to have. And part of that was the constraint of you know, one of them being on an IEP or having services, and that service took away from the ability to take some really interesting electives that would have been, you know, the kind of thing that motivate you to show up to school. So with that, my own personal experience and all of the feedback and the data that we've received over the years, I really support the whole schedule analysis. I appreciate the process that you have undertaken, you and the team. I think you have done a tremendous amount of work to make this collaborative, to seek input, to mull over data, share that data back out, making it an iterative process. And so I know a late start's a big step for Easton. It's, as you've mentioned, I think we've had 2 schedules ever, right? And the last one's been in place for 10 to 12 years. But a late start and this type of scheduling is not new to high school education. And my understanding, based on the last time you presented to us, is that many of our peer schools offer this, you know, do a late start to offer that time for professional learning communities and for common planning. And I really, again, looking at the complexity of, you know, all the schedules and electives and requirements, I don't see, other than carving out time periodically, how our educators can put all of this info together for the best, for, you know, to improve our student outcomes without that dedicated time. So with all of that, yeah. So
thank you.
Anybody else?
Yes, I agree with what Jen said, but I also would like to request that at the end of term 1 next year, or the end, you know, first term, that we look at, is common planning time working? Are professional learning communities helping? Because all good plans sometimes don't go the way you expect. And I hope, I mean, I am a huge fan of common planning time, and I think it's very important. And I hope that, as you said, the equity issue will be answered for those kids that cannot stay home for that extra hour. So that's my only question, or it's not even a question, it's just a request.
Thank you. I have a logistical question that I don't think is answered on there, or maybe I'm just tired.
Yeah.
Are we dropping the first class that day to make that happen?
No, we're going to have a late start schedule. So every time there's a late start, all of the classes that were supposed to meet that day will meet. I haven't worked out the time, but I think it's around 45 minutes.
And then we will not have H block and we will not have advisory that day. So the entire day will be focused on class time with students.
Got it. Thank you. So I do think this is very beneficial. I appreciate all the creativity. I appreciate all the thought that's been put into it. When you presented previously, I was worried about the equity issue. I do fear that those who are dependent on buses may experience some potential inequity and that could become a challenge. And so I do ask that the cultural element of the school, I know that that's something you're committed to, but just the cultural element of how that time can be used to bring students in who are also not just on a bus. So I know in the past, students have met for breakfast even earlier than school start to get a club in. They might not otherwise be able to do a club, things like that. I would just encourage creative use of that time so that it is not those who must bus are the only ones there, and those who have the flexibility, ability to afford a car, what have you, are not the ones who are there.
That's
so
a great idea, and I just saw Dr. Cabral write it down. So thank you, because I do see a lot of our student clubs are very much student run.
Mhm.
So to have club meetings before school would help the equity issue of students who can't stay after school.
Exactly.
And then additionally, one of the things I was thinking about is even just some of the mindful SEL activities like group coloring, eating breakfast with your peers, like other things that just having a space with music and games and activities where you can connect with other people in ways that give you energy and make you feel good would be great. Because I do want this time on the student side of it to be a space where they are getting what they need emotionally.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you.
And my last comment would just be to Nancy's point, because this is such a big change. I think it'd be great to have a couple check-ins with the school committee next year to let us know how it's going, so that we can also be sort of aware of the progress that's being made. But I commend the creativity. I think the kids will appreciate it.
Thank you.
So I do support this, and I do appreciate it. But I do wonder, and I know it's only 10 days, but I am a little concerned about the students who depend on advisory and depend on the time at H block.
Yeah, I know. If I can just share with you. So right now, the current schedule, we have that Tiger block built in, and that's where teachers are having their department meetings. So once a week, kids don't have advisory. So this is once a month that kids won't have that time. So I think that we've shown that the 1 day a week without that time has been okay for them. So my prediction is that it would be okay to do it once a month too.
And I'll just, Nancy, that was the last thought that I'm glad you said it, because it slipped my mind. But yeah, I think again, with something so new, we will be eagerly looking forward to some periodic status updates, just to see, are the changes meeting the intended goals or not. So I think that's something we can certainly schedule well in advance to have a couple of checkpoints throughout the year at times you think would be most meaningful in terms of when you would have data available.
Yeah.
But yeah, we look forward to that.
Absolutely.
And seeing how it's going. That'd be
And
great.
that will be part of the process, is at our department head meetings for the department heads to bring back to the team how they've been spending their common planning time and providing that information. And I can then relay that to you however we decide. Once the dates are scheduled, give us a few, let us get like 4 under our belt, and then I could maybe come in and share with you how we've spent that time and the impact we felt it's had on our teachers' growth and collaboration.
Okay, great. Any other committee members have questions or comments? If not, we can move back to the table and put this for a vote. Oh,
Air
sorry.
events.
Okay.
Yes, I'm doing that too.
Yes, well, that's a separate.
We can vote.
Oh, let me check. Hold on, let me just check. No vote for this. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. All righty. Thank you, Nancy. Yeah, if you can grab the agenda. Thank you. Okay. All right. So the next presentation is the. Gotcha. Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, great. All right. So next up is senior events.
It is, thanks. So every year I present to you the senior events, which I believe you have in your packets. I can't. Okay. Must be this one. There we go. So tomorrow is the big kickoff with Day of Kindness. So our seniors have a cookout at the beginning of the year, which is always a great way to start the year. But I feel like the specific senior celebrations and this great time that we have together starts with the Day of Kindness. And I just want to just name for a minute how thankful I am to Cindy Hall and the Ness family for giving us this opportunity. And then similarly to past years, we'll have several evening events for seniors. Some of them are specific to certain groups and some are for all seniors, but everybody's welcome at everything. We have Oscar night. That's when the students present the superlative winners, very much similar to you see where the Oscars, where they have the nominees and who won. We have the Temple Awards night, which is honoring our senior musicians and performing arts students. The students this year are going to prom in Newport, Rhode Island, which you guys had a presentation on earlier this year. And then Monday is the senior send-off. So that's the day where they have their last classes. We all gather in the atrium in the last 5 minutes of the school day, and then we have a big countdown and students run out to the parking lot on their last day of school. Next is the senior exam schedule. So the week before graduation, students are the second 2 weeks before graduation, seniors are in their exams. They'll have 2 a day the week after Memorial Day. And then we have our Student Council Awards nights. And then we have a series of mandatory class meetings of graduation rehearsals the week after, followed by including our harbor cruise, our senior march of schools, where we go into every single building and walk through. It's always such a great time. It's one of my favorite parts of the week, because that moment where a third grade teacher finds a student that they had and hugs them, it's just the best. It makes such a huge impact on the students and the staff. We have class night, which is our ceremony to recognize students for their achievements, and then obviously graduation on June 1st. One thing I do want to let you know is that we made just a few changes. Some of the athletic awards that were built into class nights felt like they're really prestigious awards. These are our top athletes or unsung heroes, and they felt a little lost in class night. So we've moved them to monogram night, and they're going to be really clearly highlighted. The qualities that are expected for each of those awards are going to be able to announce, and it'll be a greater opportunity rather than it being a list of awards a student got. We're also changing Student Council Night to also celebrate a lot of the accomplishments of the school. So rather than every single club or activity naming 2 students, it's like, well, what else did we do? How much money did we raise this year for fundraising? How many donation drives did we do? So we're going to try to make it a broader celebration of our school and the accomplishments of our seniors over their 4 years. And so you'll see some of those changes, and I think there'll be some kinks that we work out over for the next few years, but I'm really excited about some of the changes we're going to make to celebrate their accomplishments. And then the last is graduation, which is what I would like to speak to you about next. So I send a letter out to all senior families, which is drafted, but as you remember, I think from last year, there were some concerns from the community about the timeline of when we make the decision of moving graduation from Frothingham to indoors based on the weather. Well, I met with our graduation team to determine what next steps are in this and to see what challenges I might face if I want to change it. So it's been 48 hours, and the reason is that there's no audio or visual equipment at Frothingham. So they need about 24 hours to set up. The equipment they order is very specialized, and it's very different from indoors and outdoors. So last year, the reason that I made the call to move graduation indoors on Thursday morning was because they needed 48 hours to change their rental equipment to be indoors rather than outdoors. I asked them to price out this year what the difference would be if I ordered all of the equipment for both venues and then made the call 24 hours in advance instead, and it would cost approximately $4,000 additional for me to rent all of that equipment. At this point, with what we've been hearing about our budget, I'm recommending that we save that $4,000 and that I make the call in 48 hours in advance rather than 24 hours in advance. And I want to present that to you guys for comment, discussion, and feedback. I also just want to name that I continue to understand the value and the importance to this community of having graduation at Frothingham. It is beautiful. It was one of the most beautiful graduations I've ever been in, and I was honored to lead it my first year here. So I just do want to name that. I don't want to move it indoors unless, like it was last year, it's going to be raining and 40 degrees outside. So that's the information for you to ask me questions on, digest, discuss.
Although indoors, graduation last year was still lovely.
Thank you very much.
Can I just go back to
Scroll up? Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Is this
Oh,
good?
no,
or
scroll down.
Yeah, I'll go very slow. You tell me when to stop.
Okay, so what you said about monogram night
Yeah.
and adding, including the students who at class night, their achievements got lost, and so, okay. I'm concerned that's an equity issue.
Okay, can you explain?
That every achievement that a student has is important, and it's probably just really late right now, but like larger achievements, they could have had opportunities that allowed them to have those, and someone who just getting an award that is a smaller award is a big deal for that kid that struggled.
Right.
So
I think it's such a broader conversation because the same thing happens at Tempo Night. So students are getting the top awards in performing arts at a different event, not class night.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So we're opening a huge, and I hear you on that because you know me, like I want every student to be recognized for their accomplishments in a space that everybody can hear and see. It might be a bigger conversation for us to talk about what these different awards nights look like.
And I hear you and I understand. It just struck me as like, I don't know how I would feel if I was getting an award but didn't get chosen to go to the more highlighted event that.
Oh, I see what you're saying, because some students don't go to class night. Or you mean the award isn't presented at class night?
Yeah, I don't know. It just seemed like you're picking and choosing awards that are more meaningful.
I think, no, for me it's about what the award's about. So the music awards are on Tempo Night, the performing arts awards are on Tempo Night, the athletic awards are on Monogram Night. Right now, I mean, we have the Surravard Award, right? So the top female athlete and leader. The student on class night, it's in a list of 8 things that they won, and there's nothing specific said about their leadership and what they did as an athlete. It's like this student gets this, that's how we have to do it at class night, because it would be a 6-hour event if we listed everything. This, in my mind, from an equity standpoint, this actually says this is a really big deal. And we're going to tell you exactly what this kid did because we have the time during Monogram Night rather than during class night when we don't. But I want to acknowledge that you're saying what you're saying as well, that like there might be a space for us to at least name in writing in a program of all the awards our seniors are receiving so that people can read the recognition too, maybe? I don't know. Especially where they're spread across over 4 different nights.
I don't have a full understanding of what happens at each of the
Yeah.
nights, but that it just struck me. And
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thanks.
I think my microphone is
So do any other school committee members? Jackie, do you have any comments or questions about the senior events?
No, I'm looking at them and I appreciate this discussion. I just haven't been able to hear it. So I will just pass on any comments right now.
Oh, okay. So the audio's not coming through?
It's only coming through the phone. So I just can't hear very much at this point.
Okay, we'll try to fix that when I move back up to the table. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so this wasn't, could you just check I should have grabbed the agenda, not a voting item, just a presentation. Okay, all right, well, as a
I got verklempt earlier when I read this. So I just really want to say how much, as a parent of past graduates and a current graduate, how much we appreciate all that OA does to celebrate our students and to involve their families. With that, I will.
Thank you.
We're done.
Thank you. I got emotional, and my kids graduated several years ago, and I've got a few years to go. We are on 14 out of 21.
School's delayed an hour tomorrow.
My kid who won't sleep would appreciate that. My kid won't sleep, so I'd appreciate that. Can we call it?
Yes, Jackie, can you hear me? At least through the phone. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so next up on the agenda is public comment. So we have a considerably smaller crowd here at the moment than we did earlier, but still, if any members of the public would like to make a comment, you are certainly welcome to head to the microphone and provide your name and address. No. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. We'll put that in the announcements. Thank you. Okay. All right, great. So next up, our superintendent notes. Dr. Cabral.
Thank you. So some of the things that I was going to mention have already been mentioned, so I'll save that time. I just want to remind everybody that Day of Kindness is tomorrow, which is just a wonderful event in town. As well as Friday, we have a DJ Henry tree dedication at Oliver Ames and Special Olympics at the OA Stadium. We're very excited about both of those events. And the Story of Self, Story of Us is still open for contributions. Please go to the Director of DEIA webpage and you can find the way to do that. We're also going to have tables set up at different community events like the NRT Fair and the Pride event where we can take the photos for participants and have them write out their information. And again, if you're looking for details on that, it's on the website. We're hoping to help facilitate that, and we will be giving some examples to help people, and we'll be there to help people. And please reach out if you have any questions about that. And finally, I just want to thank Livia Ramos and ECAT. ECAT does not have Zoom capability in this room. We pivoted literally an hour before the meeting because we were made aware that people were coming. If we know earlier, we certainly can change that earlier. So I really want to give a lot of credit to those two parties for all they've done to try to make this work this evening with literally no notice. And I thank all the people who are watching for their incredible patience as we've tried to navigate that. This room simply does not have that capability, but thank you very much for your patience.
Great. Okay, next up, our Assistant Superintendent notes. Mrs. Pruitt?
I only have one announcement this evening that our annual STEAM night for students in pre-K through grade 2 will be held on Friday, May 3rd from 6:30 to 8 o'clock. We're very excited for the first time. It will be at the Blanche Ames Elementary School. We are going to have wonderful events there. Story of Self, Story of Us. We'll also have a table. And we have the traveling planetarium from the Broxton Library coming, as well as a 6th grade student who will be running his own table. We're very excited about that. And many more wonderful things to come. So please, we hope that you can attend and save the date.
Great, thank you. School committee notes. Nancy?
Thank you. Day of Kindness and the Special Olympics, I had that. The Easton Middle School National Junior Honor Society, May 8th induction. That's in the gym, right? The gym. And then thank you for everybody coming tonight. That was really great. It was good to hear from you and see you. Congratulations to Jackie and Kelly on your election. And just a shout out, not really a shout out, a remembrance. probably nobody in this audience knows who I'm talking about, but in our listening audience, maybe 3 of my former colleagues have passed recently: George Larson, Dominic Polano, and Frank Jardin, and they were the best. So really old, but I know them. Okay, so that's that. Who's next?
Thank you. Jackie, do you have any comments tonight?
Just to thank everyone who came out for the meeting and who participated and who listened in online as well. It would be nice to have that level of participation every meeting. It's great to hear other people's perspectives. Congratulations to Kelly for her reelection. And thank you for all the people that are still there. I can't see you, but you're really hanging in there, so thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jackie. Okay. Lauren?
Okay. I'm looking forward to Special Olympics on Friday. I'm also looking forward to going the Day on the Hill with the MASC. And that's always a fun day being a politician. And I think that's it for now.
I will not be able to make it to the Special Olympics, but I do want to wish good luck to all who are competing in the event that day. I wish them the best. And I am excited for the National Junior Honor Society. I would be remiss if I didn't say good luck to the officers who have speeches. I will get in trouble if I don't do that.
Okay, great. I do have one. So I know Special Olympics has been discussed, which is fantastic. And then the CPAC wanted to share that they are bringing back ability awareness, the ability awareness days at RO. So those will be happening on May 10th and May 13th. And for those who are not familiar with the Ability Awareness Days, they were started by the CPAC with the support of the PTA and school administration at RO about, I think, 8 years ago, if my recollection is correct. And it's a day where fourth graders can gather and go through different stations where they can learn about different abilities and what it might be like to experience having, say, a vision or a hearing impairment or any other types of disability. So it's a really wonderful program, very creative. It's staffed by our wonderful CPAC volunteers, and I've been able to volunteer a few times, and it's just so great to see kids come through and to be able to. It removes the stigma. They can ask questions that maybe they wouldn't have asked in a different type of setting. There's no judgment. It really is a great program. And then the CPAC, prior to the pandemic, had actually expanded that to the second grade as well across the district, and is looking forward to, I believe, next year getting that going again, so that all of our students receive age-appropriate opportunities to learn about differences and to, hopefully develop some respect and empathy and know how to open dialogue. So thank you to the CPAC for doing that. And then we do have, there are too many things to list on the calendar, but it's the time of year where we've got art shows and concerts and just all kinds of stuff happening. So I would encourage anybody out there who does not know, each school publishes a calendar. You can actually add it to your own calendar. I've got them all on my phone. It's an amazing resource. So you can just go right to the each school's website, find their calendar easily, and click a little button and integrate it into your own calendar so that you are always on top of all of the amazing events that are happening within Easton Public Schools. Okay, so with that, I am going to make a motion to go into executive session pursuant to MGL Chapter 30A, subsection 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining for the Easton Educators Association Unit A
MOA, Memorandum of Agreement for Flex Block. And in my opinion, having this discussion in open session would be detrimental to the bargaining position of the school committee, and we will return to open session after executive session. So can I get a, so that's my motion. Okay, can I get a second?
DeLuca, second.
Roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes.
Loomis, yes. Persier, yes.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Okay. All righty, well, welcome back. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve the MOA Flex Block?
So moved, Loomis. Second, Persier.
Roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes.
Loomis, yes. Persier, yes.
Okay, all right. And then next meeting is May 9th, Thursday, 6 p.m., Simmons Lecture Hall, our usual home. And with that, I make a motion to adjourn. Can I get a second?
DeLuca, second.
Roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Yes.
Loomis, yes. Persier, yes.
Great. Thank you all. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you, ECAP.
Thank you.
All right, bye.